She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
15 months, and it just so happens to have landed on my birthday. Makes me feel like a real Quag Chad. Hope everyone is having a wonderful morning. Less than 3 ready for a great stream.
Alright, sorry about the slightly late start. Don't mind me getting settled in. But hello, hello, hello. Hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. Good to see all of you. It's a me. And it's slightly dreary out today. So pardon the lighting. And also, I didn't sleep very well, so pardon me chugging coffee. But I totally used you guys as a clock, as motivation to do some of my morning routine faster. So that's why the starting soon was a bit slower. I totally hit go live and then ran the 3-minute ad and then was like, alright, let's go. Went fed the cats, grabbed my coffee, took some trash out, did a bunch of other shit. It was productive. It's productive. But anyway, Ember, thank you so much for the 15 months with the Prime and the 6-month streak. It means the world. And happy birthday to you as well. I hope it's a wonderful one. We all love and appreciate you, and it's been a pleasure and an honor. Greeting everyone else. We got loading screen. We've got Holland Lord, New Max Event, Jester, Ember, Don, Glenny, Yukumers, Paradox, Kitty, Stone Swan. Let me refrain. I don't want a Twitch ban. Understandable. Morning Chaos Alpha. Hey Jamboy, how you doing? Playing C1000 yet? Rune backed out. He ruined it for all of us. Early diagnosing Wi-Fi issues be lurking on mobile. Sounds good. Allergies. Ugh. So today, we're doing more Clawbringer hammer throw stuff. I only ended up doing a few trials off stream because I was spending too much time min-maxing the gear and stuff. So the gear has changed quite a bit. But I have Chaos 80 available. I've been playing on Chaos 80, and I actually just chilled there for a while doing regular boss runs. Because we have a pretty favorable split of stats at 80 without the enemy HP getting too high. I think that's going to be like the baseline for a lot of people. It's Tuesday night Quagness. I mean, it's morning, but sure. I mean, I could close my blackout curtains and make it night, basically. We could do that. Other stuff I want to do if time permits. I've been messing around with Dreadwind with some of the same stacking crit chance prioritization with the gearing. I think we've had a real meta shift towards just getting a lot of crit chance for melee in the wake of the whole Spellblade thing. It's got us thinking about melee in certain ways, and it has very promising results. But yeah, I'll show you guys some of the stuff that I'm talking about. So, the good old Clawstalker. We've shifted around a few enchants and passives. I got the Ski Prod from Banshee last night. I was very satisfied with it. But looking at the Chaos Mode stats, on Chaos 80, enemy health plus 2,843%. So that's a little over 1,000% more than old Chaos 50, for a good point of reference. 160% enemy damage is, you know, a midpoint between old Chaos 50 and new Chaos 50. So it's not as much damage as it used to be, but it's more than Chaos 50, of course. And then you got a good spread of XP, Gold, Moon Orbs, Loot Luck at 320. But look at how clean these Chaos rates are. 60% Primordial, 40% Ascended. And with that HP value, this is just efficient for Ascended farming. Spellblade not good after the patch? It is. It just only applies to melee attacks now. It no longer applies to the likes of Ghostblade, Dreadwind, Executioner's Blade, Maced Wardew, Storm Dragon's Judgment, Cleansing Flames. It doesn't apply to any of those anymore. but if you go up and bonk someone in the face with the Spellblade, it is exactly as powerful as it used to be. In terms of what I changed in the spec, I'm considering changing one more thing as well. I might move the sneak attack point to follow up, maybe, for when my shield isn't broken, but I haven't decided yet. I'm running a double status amulet now instead of double all damage because bigger number. Trying out action skill start melee on the spell. Managed to get that old pickaxe. Dreadwind build day? Yeah, a little bit of Dreadwind later, if time allows, Avi. How you doing? Got that 21 pickaxe. 21% crit chance, 130% crit damage. Hey, Swin, how are you? And this basically allows 90% resting crit chance, and then when I trigger Awe with 3 points, that's exactly 100% with the amount of points I have in dexterity and whatnot. Also switched to action skill start 20 on the Scalawag, trying to balance formula stuff a little better instead of just using what I have. So basically, the damage of this looks like the quick boss run. You can just one-shot most bosses. It's pretty great. Just let my game wake up. It'll be less choppy in a couple rooms. Come on. Let's give the PC some coffee. Oh, just pour right in there. Just pour right in there. That's a brutal stampede with 2 in awe. Area damage, spell damage. Then it's got spell damage, crit damage at the bottom. That's pretty good. I'll take that. I wasn't even intending to look at that, but, you know, I won't say no. Yes, Kevin. We are gaming. Ah, Fyodor. You know, I haven't tried Fyodor on this since, like, C70. So, fuck it. What's the worst that could happen? I already regret it. Gaming, hey cheese. Give him a good bonk, Mr. Quagmister. How you doing, Twisted Turn?
You're welcome.
I really wish they fixed the hitboxes of these soul cells so I could throw the hammer at them. Because it would actually do quite well. But instead we do this. I'm tired. Hi, tired. Join this particular hammer build, just wish the hammer could do more if you built primarily into claw. I mean, it can. You can go all the way down to awe, if you like. Like, how much do you consider primarily into claw, Al? Uh-oh. No, I didn't die. It's Fyodor. Doesn't care. First boss of the morning being Fyodor, and my dumbass not paying attention. Rookie mistake. Down to awe is good? Yeah, you can do that. I just happen to be doing an Exeblade spec because I like Exeblade, and I have a Melda available in this boss pool. And if you don't have Exeblade, then your only way of doing Phase 1 Amelda in this build realistically is shooting a Stab-O-Matic for a while. What does that skill tree look like? Alchemical Agent, and then Awe. What format did I just pick? Is this the featured? This is the featured. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I keep forgetting what's in the featured. I saw it sat under Big Pimp under the form, sat under the format. Maybe. Hard to tell. But yeah, Al, basically for the awe heavy spec, you would be giving up Executioner's Blade, but you would be getting actually more damage because you'd be able to get more points in awe. All my investment in awe right now is for my armor. I mean, you could get up to 6 out of 3 if you wanted to. Which would not only be more crit chance, but remember that Aw's crit damage is Shrine crit damage, so it's actually really, really good. You would only really lose out on Exeblade. Hey, Pragmatic, how are you? Morning, Grasshopper. Hope you're well. Put my coffee there so I don't have to reach across for it. Good old colony shrooms. Any colony shroom room is fast. Colony shroom room, nice. Is just super fast. Big fan of that. Chaos level you up to? This is 80 you're seeing right now. Pretty good, thanks. Enjoying the C100 ground with my Bogbarian. Let's go. I am taking my sweet time. Oopsie.
Me? 1. Life? 0.
Internet seems to be working now, so unsure of the exact cause. Rebooting my router seems to do the tricks. Happened yesterday today. Official bathroom's warmer than my bedroom. Ah, it's that time of year now, Rabbit. My room's a little cold right now, but that's because I'm keeping the window open. Air quality. Because it's not that cold yet. Escape. So useful. Cold enough that I don't start sweating when I close the door to my room. Good enough for me. I like fall. Because it's not, you know, blistering heat, but it's also not cold. I hate the actual, like, cold. If it's cold enough that ice becomes a concern anywhere, miss me with that shit. But, like, a nice pleasant chill. You can sign me up for that. How you doing, Sidju? C80 Clawbringer, been thinking either Blight Knight or Clawstalker. Does Blight Knight still work? I mean, there's nothing about Blight Knight that I personally really care for. It's not that it doesn't work or anything. It's fine. It's just your... So, Blightcaller gives a lot of elemental damage, right? You know what the class that gives the second most elemental damage is? Clawbringer. So, like, you're putting a lot of your damage formula eggs in one basket by going Blight Knight already. So they don't do a lot when combined together for many build archetypes, but it's not, like, bad. I'm personally a really big fan of Clawstalker. But it's important to note that there's no bad multi-classes in this game. All of them can do something. Bogbarian, though. Bogbarian's fun. Ah, okay, Banshee. Let's see if we can get... So, last night I was able to kill Banshee before she went immune. Let's see if we can replicate that. Not quite. She's still dead, but not quite. I should have swung a second time. I was worried about dying. Shouldn't have been. Yeah, so that's Banshee on Chaos 80. 905 featured isn't bad. And I really think Chaos 80 is where farming is going to be the most comfy for a lot of people. Because you have a 60-40 chance of Primordial versus Ascended, and enemy HP isn't that high. Like, this triple ice spike is really good. Ascended repeating triple ice spike with a spell damage and a crit damage part, that's trying very hard. Shame about the status chance part, but like, that's trying. I'm picking it up. Cube with 2 status damage parts, nice. Like, all your drops are good at C80. They're all good. There's no bad gear anymore. I do need to make some space, though, because I'm hoarding again. Oh yeah, I meant to try out Corrupted Plate Mail with this setup. Like, maybe getting the extra alchemical agent dots is worth with how much status damage I have. Hadn't really thought too much about it. Latest version of Windows is a bunch of bugs and crashing with browsers once been reported on it. Sounds about right. No Slaved, I want more cold, 90 degrees in Arkansas, 9 a.m. is abysmal. Yeah, that sounds awful. Glacial Cascade with 2 cooldown parts. Sub 9-second cooldown. That's sick. It's fun just looking at the spells. I really like how Ascended rates feel now as you climb. 3-charge Garlic Breath. That's a long cooldown though. Spell charge extra projectile on Arcane Bolt is quite good. The status chance part isn't doing anything for it though. Cool. I wonder if the ooh and Ascended one get replaced with another Ascended, Thrill and Dopamine, it will go, I suspect. For me, Grasshopper, I don't really play for the gear. So like, I guess when I get to that point, whatever. Because you're still in a situation where every piece of gear that drops is relevant to you. So that begs the question, at that point, do you just want bad gear to drop? Because it's a common fallacy when it comes to the loot system in these kinds of games. Scarcity does not equal value. People will pretend it does, but if your goal is to actually gear up and actually like play the game, and your endpoint is not the farm itself, well then scarcity doesn't mean shit. Scarcity just means, you know, the girth of the barrier between you and the content you want to play. part variance is still a thing. Part variance is still a very prominent thing. So Chaos Trials. Random thought, are there any non-elemental spells? There are not. Go to my Starbucks stream for the next few months and a bunch of spare pumpkin left over from a soup me and Cheryl made. That's cool. I agree, for casual players, it's a nice little bit of excitement to get something nice and potentially powerful. Okay, then they can just not play on the difficulty with the highest rates. There you go. The option exists. Every time we get something in these games, someone brings up, but casual players. Yes, casual players don't need to progress that high up the chaos ladder, and self-professed casual players aren't going to. If you are doing that, guess what? You're not a casual player. Like, that's not you anymore. Scarcity means funny, brain happy when you get it, followed by the depression for wasting time doing something for a bad item. In case of the Cobra, extreme happiness because you don't care about the item's useful. It's just my guess. It's nice to, like, when you set a farm goal to finally meet that goal, that's definitely a dopamine rush. But for different people, it's still a bit of a different tone to it. Like, for me, it's, oh, I can finally stop doing this and start playing the game. For other people, it's like, oh, cool, I beat the game. It is a personal thing. Farming is not the end point for me. Farming is a means to an end. I fundamentally just don't enjoy farming. I enjoy the end of farming, but I don't enjoy the farming. And it's been that way in all of these games for me. I play these games for the gameplay. Farming is just a barrier to the gameplay. So if I can do more gameplay to do less farming, I'll absolutely do that. .5 liters of pumpkin spice syrup. Useful. You know, as basic as it is, you can't deny pumpkin spice lattes are fucking banging. I'm sure I'm gonna get roasted for that, but it's true. Farming is what ultimately makes me quit a lot of games. Don't want to go after one item for possibly hundreds of hours. Yeah, because at that point you are not playing the game you set out to play. You're doing chores. You're doing chores. Like, it's not what I'm here for. Pumpkin spice, Quag out here doing hot Quag shit. Sometimes. How you doing, Tat? Pumpkin spice is tasty, Starbucks is evil, support local brew houses. That's true. I've never liked Starbucks anyway, but recently with their union busting shit, I dislike them even more. Sorry, they're union busting shit and their racist shit. Can't forget that. or it's not heard this one. Over the last year or so, there have been a couple branches of Starbucks where incidents of racial profiling occurred, and the management either perpetrated or did not assist. There was one of, this might have been less recent than I thought, black guy just working in Starbucks on his laptop, you know, cops called, that sort of deal. The kind of story you hear about commonly enough that it fades into the noise. Can people stay in their own lane? Good question. Good to get back to the Wonderlands, working on a Blight Collar Spore Mushroom Man build. How you been? I've been good. I've been good. A Blight Spore is a popular combo right now. Very good for gun builds, good for ability damage based stuff. Good choice. Denied service at Starbucks the other day. I was wearing my company shirt. Huh. Common Starbucks L, I guess. I've always maintained that their coffee is also slightly burnt and overpriced. But, oh well. I need to find, like, a local place that I like. Usually I just, I make coffee myself. It's not anything fantastic, but if I happen to want to step out at some point, or, you know, grab coffee on the way home from running errands, that sort of deal, I need to find a good place near me. Is it worth farming for mosquito mail? Mosquito is very powerful. Arconia. In terms of farming for specific armors that, like... It's a complicated question, because you could get other armors that just do damage, and ultimately, in most circumstances... Or that increase your damage, I should say. None of the others really do damage, except Pandemasium, but, you know, that doesn't count. What skills and passives you have on your armor still tends to matter more. So, like, the answer is still gonna be farm bunnies, and whichever good armor rolls the stat and skill distribution you want, as long as it's not a detrimental one, you run that. At peak for hammer, for this build, you're looking at either Mosquito Mail or Tyrant's Truth. Also, we're supporting local business, even the big franchises and shit. True. Instead of paying some corporate fat cat, you keep somebody afloat by supporting local businesses. Rule Stampede any good? Yes. It is the only remaining, universally accessible source of bullet damage, aka what magic bullets used to be. Also just gives a wide variety of bonuses and large values of those bonuses if you stack up enough companions. It's good. Volunteer a day a week at a local farm and get a cut of the harvest. Fucking sweet deal. That sounds awesome. I always want, like, fresh vegetables. Never have them. Comfy in one throw for that phase. Yeah, we did a one throw on the first phase, one throw on the third phase. We didn't get one throw on the second phase, but lightning resist, so. I wonder if plate mail for phase 2 drill is a shout. Because the 30% would lose area damage. But like better elemental matchup, because it wouldn't be resisted anymore, and more alchemical dots per throw. It's a thought. We slaughter a Highland Bull, send beef. Ooh. Big juicy beefs. Time to start a company. So this is a max crit damage Banshee. It's got low base damage because of that, and it didn't roll the high crit chance either. But I don't have a good Ascended Lightning one yet, so I'll pick that up. .94 Twin Soul, Echo Ancient, it's trying. Ascended Salt and Battery. Cryo. No hilt mod. Life's a joke. Another one. Dark Magic. The max damage roll. No hilt mod. Pain. Suffering. But as we mentioned before, part variance. I really want to do pincushion stuff. It's just, it's so mid. Like, I guess the base damage is fine, but the attack speed's low. The crit chance is extremely low. The crit damage is as bad as it can possibly be without being a penalty. It's just so hard to justify pincushion. I guess I need to look into the parts and find a very specific combo. Hey, McBain, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Cut the crud out of my hand yesterday. Super glue for the win. Ugh. Ugh. Is 11 max crit chance, or there's 12? I was looking at Banshee parts last night, and I didn't see anything above 11. I just saw 10 and 11 for Banshee. But for purple greatswords, I saw 12. So I might have overlooked when looking through Banshees, but I did not see a 12. With the purple, I did. Same here? Okay. Okay, moving on. Should be fine just doing the old bleeding won't stop because it's on the palm. I'm sorry, Swin, that just sounds unfun. Chaos Trial 81. Let's go. Potential Dreadwind science may be tested. So it's a lot harder to get a very high crit chance such as this spec has with Dreadwind because you need to use weapons with a lower base. The max for a greatsword that we found so far is 12%, whereas a base of 21 on the pickaxe means I can pretty easily get to 100% melee crit chance. For Dreadwind, it's a lot harder to get to that 100% chance. Now, it's possible, but it requires some what is pretty unrealistic gear, unless you use a suboptimal multi-class. The idea is on a Frost Shiver to still have 100% crit chance, or as close to it as you possibly can, for anything melee related, because it allows you to have consistent alchemical agent, just a good damage profile overall, without requiring From the Shadows. From the Shadows would still help the dots crit, so there's still like use cases for doing that without doing the crit chance heavy gearing, but for something like Dreadwind or Ghostblade or Stormdragon's Judgment or Cleansing Flames, you just want it to crit as much as possible. So the Dreadwind science is seeing, first of all, how high we can get the crit chance, and then seeing how much we can take away from that while still feeling like we're in that sweet spot. Because when I say that to keep max crit chance for Dreadwind, you need unrealistic gear, it is very unrealistic. It's like 2 triple rolled shell casings and like every other available crit boost except for having a dexterity background and rune switches. Which I should really get the rune switches on more of my characters. But, so the idea is get high crit chance, but give up some of it to reclaim things like crit damage, action skill duration, you know, that kind of stuff that I'm missing out on by having so much crit chance. And then, while juggling all that, there's the survivability question. Big number, big damage, big status effect? Yeah. We have a lot of status damage in this build. Assuming my Demon Blade is on, I'm pretty sure we have over 200% status damage. So our alchemical agents are just, like, Strong. And because we have 100% melee crit chance, every melee crit is alchemical agent.
Finally, a sigh of what a brave day for them. Heroes. Something to take you. Even without a wand, my ult is still deadlier than a bullet. What is exploding?
Let's do the contagion. Okay, shock immune room.
No rules allowed.
Oh, same frame. Oh well. We cleared it. I'd have a Great Fear in your vaults. Keeping it around for something I might do in terms of a challenge run.
Get cracked. Something to take you. Welcome to the family. You probably feeling at it. Time to put someone in a cast. Armored up.
Oh, hit him with the recall. That was spicy. Thanks, Skeep.
See you later, Death.
I was trying out a thing, but it didn't work exactly how I meant it to. Another clutch Skeep moment. Oh, damn. I'm blowing myself up a lot. Head throw. There we go. Yeah, overflow explosions do a lot when you are this glassy. Nose problems.
You're nothing but a skate harder.
Oh, this has been a fast one so far. Think people are going to complain about Chaos 100 being too hard? Yes. If it is a highest difficulty in a lands game, people will complain that it's too hard. No, they will not take responsibility for the fact that, by nature, difficulty requires you to make better choices. No, they will complain that it's too hard. It is inevitable, it always happens, and that's that. They won't be right, but they'll do it. Skill issue? No. I don't think it's necessarily simple enough to boil down to a skill issue. It's a perception issue. Because the perception is that everything is for every player. It's not. Difficulty is one of those things that's not. And because, for the first time since the Mayhem 1.0 system in Borderlands 3, we have an endgame in a lands game that doesn't tie the best gear to the highest difficulty. So, for the first time since then, you really can experience everything in the game, including top gear, without going to top difficulty level. So if you are not prepared for top difficulty level, there is no invisible gun to your head telling you to do it. You don't have to. You can just not. Perception's a skill. It's an attribute. The point taken. But 100 biggest number. I feel with the Chaos Fog and people abusing it, everyone's complaining the game is too hard for them. Same way I feel about any exploit, really. I don't like them, I don't use them, and I think if you're basing your game experience around them, you are setting yourself up for disappointment. In the event of that ever going away. Poorly rolled greatsword. Ascended Rage Handle. That's the lowest crit chance one I've seen. Higher damage because of it, I guess. And it rolled 1 crit damage part. It's funny, Rage Handle is one of those things, the more we've been investigating melee on the theory crafting side, the less attractive Rage Handle's gotten. Funny how that works out. It's not bad by any means. It's just not as batshit as it seems. For a variety of reasons. %, 130. Still waiting on a really good Smithy's Ire. Hasn't happened for me yet. One day. It's a top tier melee weapon? Yes. It's just not suited to any of the action skills. And because of an annoying bug that happens, it's more likely to happen the more swing speed you have, Rage Handle's the one that hits that bug the most consistently. You slam and salmon because fish? Yeah, you are using it to cover your damage. I don't get people wanting to be carried to 100. They want to be on big number.
Now the fun begins.
That's all it is. Bug first time hearing this. If you have enough swing speed, sometimes your animation will lock up and you'll be locked out of meleeing for a couple seconds. It is, it happens with the pickaxe, the Rage Handle, and the Twin Soul. It happens the most with the Rage Handle because it swings the fastest. Now, those are the three that we've confirmed are fast enough to have that bug happen regularly. Now, it can happen with other weapons as well. I've even had it happen with a Banshee, which is not fast at all. So it's more likely to happen with faster swing speed. But it can happen with under other parameters as well. Basically, the way it looks is your melee weapon will be coming out of the top of your gun, and you won't be able to melee for a few seconds. Got me contagion? Oh, not enough damage. Thought that was just lag. Nope. I think with the Chaos Grinds, I want to do the normal way the first time, but on repeats, I wish I could do it faster, like from 5100 every clears, like 2 to 3 clears, that kind of thing. Then what's the point of it being that many? The entire point is not for you to blaze through them. I'll continue to beat this dead horse of comparing to Diablo 3. Diablo 3 Greater Rift tiers are not designed for you to, like, blitz through all of them, then play at the max. No, the progression is part of the intended, like, time sink. It's just how the genre of game works. And if you add a way for people to bypass any more than there already is, complaints about the hardest difficulty being too hard get worse. It is literally that simple. It's gameplay. Yeah, you just play the game. People that can do the high GRs will still go back and farm. Yeah. Like, I fully expect that, on my builds that aren't, you know, the most powerful, that are powerful enough for 100, but aren't, like, absolutely bullying it, that I'll farm on 80. Maybe, like, 85. If I'm ever farming for gear. So in second class to pair with Clawbringer. Stabomancer is fantastic to pair with Clawbringer. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm using Stabomancer's Alchemical Agent skill. And making my Clawbringer Storm Dragon Judgment action skill always crit with a bunch of melee crit chance investment, so that it leaves powerful status effects. So, yes, I'm able to throw my hammer one time and kill packs of enemies, even on high chaos levels. You can do that with other multi-classes, but you lose the very powerful status from Alchemical. Which tends to win in bossing at the very least. And Stabo Claw is also the multi-class with the most crit chance available. Not including if you were to run Blight Caller with the Totem enchant, but you can't feasibly get much of that active anyway, so it goes back to Stabomancer Claw being the play for max crit chance. Hey Pupty, how are you? DLC's Rage Handle? 4. Rage Handle's DLC 4. Hey Sora. I was trying to get him before that Frostbite got me. Did not work out. There we go. Enjoying that Blight enchant. Definitely noticed it was just 2 totems, but in some dense terms are obviously to get 3 or 4 and go off. Depends on your kit. You need supporting kit to get more than 2 totems out in any reasonable capacity. And then, even then, what are you applying that crit chance to at that point? Because remember that 30% crit chance from that is not 30% crit chance for everything. 30% crit chance applied to, say, abilities is a very small amount. 30% crit chance applied to, say, an Ice Spike with 45% card crit. Well, that's a lot more. It really depends on what you're doing. Okay, thanks. Need to go exercise and get my booster shot. Good for you being all adulty and shit. I have not been good at that. I need to go get my flu shot at some point soon. And the closest pharmacy was, like, out of them this weekend. And I hadn't bothered to look at other dates and times. Hey Zazzle. I hope you're all well. How you digging the new changes? A little nervous about C100, a lot easier to get there than thought it would be. Overall the changes feel pretty damn good. C100 update is just good changes for the game. It's just a positive update. Not only is getting to 100 not so bad, but it's also completely elective. There's no gear locked behind it. It's faster to get to 50 than it was to get to 20 at launch. And 50 is where everything's available. So once people accept the concept of staying in their own difficulty lane, where they're most comfortable, it's all gravy. Unhappily admit that I haven't had a flu shot in years. Safe to get booster and flu shot at the same time. I've heard it wipes you out pretty bad, doing both at the same time. Last year I spaced mine out. I do qualify for another booster, and I want to get a flu shot, but I'm not going to do them same day. Or week. Because, well, it would wipe me out.
Gotta keep living to keep culling.
People accepting it's not a bitch. No, no pipe dreams. Listen, Swin. People somehow eventually learned to accept that high OP levels were not for them. Now, maybe that's because they give Borderlands 2 all the chances under the sun. But, regardless, they eventually accepted that. So I do have hope.
Oh, that hurt. So you probably really got it? I'm not out of sight yet.
Booster probably wipe me out. Immune system hates it. Thanks for letting me know they'll avoid getting at the same time. Yeah, for me, my experience was, first shot was awful for me. I felt terrible for like 3 days. Second shot was like 8 hours of discomfort. Third and fourth, basically nothing. So they got easier for me, the more I got. In terms of flu shots, I actually do usually have a mild reaction to flu shots. Like, I just feel like shit for a day. Then I'm fine. But keep in mind, the way my body works, isn't reflective of how everyone else's does. I get a common cold and I am on my ass for days. One of the reasons masking up and stuff has been so nice. I haven't had a common cold in a few years now. And I don't miss that. Because they always hit me pretty hard. Spark of weird hitboxes, because I one-shot it from hitting its weak point while I had Barb equipped. You might have gotten a Barba load off of the damage from the weak spot rune, which would mean you'd be double dipping off of that very large number. Initial vaccine didn't bother me beyond a sore arm. I'll do boosters wipe me out more each time. Got my flu shot last week. Haven't had any issues. See, everyone's a little bit different. You don't know if the empowering sigils protect you from the spike traps? That's a good question. I don't actually know offhand. Oh, I didn't phase him fast enough. Super lucky not get sick over the past few years. Yeah, it's been nice. I'm continuing to be very careful because I want to keep it that way. Code's been the only illness I've had since early 2019, go figure.
Enjoy your vacation.
I've been fortunate enough, knock on desk, to have not had anything except for tonsillitis in the last 3 years. I had a pretty bad tonsil infection, actually. Like, it was bad to the point where I went to the local urgent care, and they were looking at my throat, and the person inspecting me called someone else in and was like, look at this, what is that? Like, when there's two people looking around in your throat just looking stumped, I was like, huh. But it cleared up. I needed to do like a course and a half of antibiotics, but it cleared up. There we go. Chaos 82 done. I feel the claw armor. Claw armor's good. It provides a debuff. Note that debuff only gets applied by your class feat companions. And the claw armor itself only rolls with a primary of Clawbringer, Graveborn, Spore Warden, or Blightcaller. So that limits which class combos you can get on that armor. But it's very good. It's also nice for if you want to use a certain type of like Fury or spell or something that doesn't roll in an element you want, you can force it to be different with that one. It's a good armor. Holly D. Fucking love that emote. Ascended Shark's Vein, but of course it's companion damage. Not anything useful. Ugh. I'm running to the bathroom. Be right back. Here, you guys can look at the beautiful pickaxe while I go. Oh, I'm here. I'm back. I was also grabbing a hoodie. Hey, Crook, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Wrinkled Snail raid. Never coughed during COVID, had a sore throat only past 2 months after I recovered. Long COVID is terrifying. Like, I have enough lifelong health complications that I don't want more. That shout-out thing? Oh yeah, I've never used that. Let's see. Hey, there we go. Yeah, do the thing. You can just click the heart and it'll let you follow without having to leave the channel. That's cool enough. I don't know how long, but it's nice. It's cool that it exists. It took how many years for Twitch to add a shoutout feature that people were using through third-party sources, but like, okay. My doctor thinks my lingering cough is an actually long COVID thing, just post-viral bronchitis. It can happen with any viral infection. Happily, it's finally going away. That's good to hear, Chester. COVID twice and almost died for both. It's not fun. I'm glad you're still here. Played BL2, died a sad one life death, and went to 1 minutes for that stream, mess around Feral Surge. Ooh, how's Feral Surge treating you? I was thinking about doing what I did for Barrage and just doing a maximum possible investment Feral Surge and seeing how high it can comfortably go. Before you have to, like, use other things as the primary damage. Ah, the 12% Greatsword. Here it is. So, purple Greatswords can get 12%. As far as I'm aware, Banshees can only get 11. Meaning there's a case for purple Greatswords being better than Banshees for Dreadwind and or Executioner's Blade stuff. Depending on how you gear. And how much downtime you have on the action skill, of course. Still going through story thus far, it's very fun. Made it all the way to Nightmare with ease. Yeah, I really like Surge during playthroughs. And Mad Chains. The enchant gives, with Headspin's enchant. Yeah, yeah. What I did on my... I did a pure Berserker playthrough and Chaos Climb. Using Feral Surge. And I focused on freezing enemies, so I could also benefit from Icebreaker. I'd weaken them a little bit, they'd get frozen, and then I'd Surge. And that was a pretty sustainable thing. And anytime there were like bar forms, you can just spam. It's fun. You can hit destructible objects and like respawnable barrels, and it'll refund. A lot of cool stuff you can do with it. I might mess around with Feral Surge at endgame. Okay, let's see what Chaos 83 looks like. So we break that 3000 HP threshold. 42% ascended. Yeah, it's looking like the difference between 80 and 83 is like, if you're gonna farm, 80. 80's looking like a good place to hang out. Oh, my connection's not so good today.
Have some fun. Now the
Toxic shit we up to today. Enjoying some hammer throwing, Stump. We've been bullying some bosses. We can still one hammer throw bosses up into the 80s, and that's been enjoyable. We're not that far off 100. I could hit 100 on stream today. If time permits, we'll be doing some Dreadwind science. Similar to what we've been doing with Ghostblade and Storm Dragon's Judgment, with experimenting with crit. But I do have a setup prepared for some high crit Dreadwinding. You plan to see 100 Great Bow one-shots? Maybe. I'm thinking, Blightcaller... Oh, well, thanks for the boost up here, I guess. I'm thinking Blightcaller is going to be the class for that, because you could just get a bunch of Geists to help it out. It's probably going to be Blight Spore, honestly. Because Wrath of Nature, Headhunter, Spore Fuse... Geist. Yeah, probably Spore Blight. Also, you think shooting Great Bow at 100 would yield more Ascended Great Bows? I mean, yeah, because your Ascended chance at 100 is 51.6%. So you'll get a lot of Ascended used Great Bows, in theory, at least. In theory. Connection, why are you doing me like this? I fucking hate my ISP, chat. Like, on a clear day, it's questionable. But it's been very stormy. Like, the wind out there is kind of going crazy right now. It's a very stormy day, so it gets even worse. Like, I can see a tree is just kind of, like, not at the angle it normally is from the wind. Aww. Same frame. Unlucky. Yeah, that's a good idea, Stump. I hadn't thought about C100 Great Bow one-shots, but it's totally doable. Totally doable. Like, it might end up being cheeky, silly shit, like going through the full run with nothing invested in tree except for Geist, so that Butt Stallion keeps boosting Geist. So you end up getting to the raid bosses with, like, you know, 15 plus in Geist in the Shell. And then Great Bow one-shot. 170 Great Axe. Nice. Take Nullify. So I don't know if I said hi to you, Tenor. Hi. Hi, Quack Chad. Yeah, the freeze from this is so valuable. I think that's going to be something that's going to be a lot more popular at high chaos levels now. Cryo-empowered Sigil. Because it's just such a huge damage multiplier that on lower chaos levels, time to kill wasn't really long enough for enemies to have time to freeze. But now it can be. And it also kind of functions as... Ooh, that was... Wait, it's... I think that's the smallest you can possibly have Fire Friend while it still exists. It also functions as survivability. Because, like, not only do you have the protective barrier, you have the damage reduction, but also enemies aren't attacking you while they're frozen. Really? There we go. Scented Fireblade Barbalode. Ooh, nice move face. How's the Quag doing? The Quag's doing good, Sora. How is the Sora? That was satisfying.
This'll keep you going. Zone of protection. Showtime. All day's work.
It's gonna be stingy on the Ascended Banshees, got loads of pincushions. I've actually gotten more Ascended Banshees in the last 2 days than I've gotten ever before. High Chaos levels really help with that. We've got Banshee in the featured right now. So if you can get to, like, Chaos 80 and do the featured, very good way of getting Banshees, Twisters, and Auto Magics. Very good way. That's fast for him. Been a bit fixated on climbing castles, didn't think of ducking out of the featured. Yeah, I haven't even gone and visited the event enemies yet. I gotta make sure I do that before they rotate again. Got a Primordial Stabo spell Amnesia this morning with melee crit melee damage. Ooh.
Yes! Bleeding was so awful!
Anyone seen C100 gameplay yet? Quack, no, you aren't there yet. I'm curious how viable anything really is with that much health. Haven't seen it happen yet personally. I did some off stream. I don't plan on doing any on stream until I hit C100 organically, but I did some. It's very doable. Just gotta have a good build. Hell, Stone Swan was playing on, what was it, plus 1,000,000,000% enemy HP? I'm not trolling, by the way. This is not a shitpost. I'm 100% serious. Stone Swan was playing on, I think it was plus 1,000,000,000% enemy HP. And there's still things that are viable there. 1,000,000,000%. That Chaos 420. Run a Buffmeister Pixie build? No. Spirit Swarm. Spirit Swarm and Barbalode. Spirit Swarm plus Barbalode has literally infinite clear potential. It's like Minesweeper. Still viable other than Pixie's Buffmeister? For which? For Chaos 100, lots of things are. For the higher than that stuff, it's gonna require some variety of double dip looping. So that would be most frequently Barbalode, but also Spirit Swarm can do stuff. Plague Storm can do stuff. Also, I hadn't added Plague Storm to the equation, so yeah, there you go. If your build is good at C50, like good, not serviceable, but good, it will be good at C100. You just need to gear appropriately, which is easier now, because you get fewer low, or you get no low chaos tier items, and you get better percentages of high chaos tier items. With the higher loot luck from higher tiers also giving you better drop rates overall. Not a great haul this time. But I'm being very picky and looking for certain parts and certain items. Like, this Great Axe is really good. Like, good enough to pick up, I just don't have inventory to really pick up every item like that. Should I burst out when melee is easily viable at C100? Oh, of course, of course. I tested out the Dreadwind stuff I'm going to be sciencing later today, briefly, and it works at C100. Spirit Swarm, in general, is going to work. Play the angles, gun builds are going to work. Deadshot spellcasting. Shrikes, pixies. That's so awkward. This one badass just keeps sniping me. Okay. Took a while to die because shock resist. But we made it. Guess we'll start this with Nullify. Morning, Snowspawn. How you doing? Hopped on Wonderlands last night, got my dead shot at C35, C40, can't remember exactly. Freaking love Inflammation Laser Hand combo. Changes the cast chamber, successfully got me to play the game again and having fun. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Had a lot of people the last couple days coming back who hadn't given the game time in a while. And had some new players as well. And it's a good time to come back. And if the changes didn't grab you, that's okay too. Just accept that other people are having fun with them. Simple as that. Aw, Barrow. Skeep, save me.
Now, like it'd be that easy to stop me.
Crit Connoisseur, don't mind if I do. So we got Nullify for a slight damage down, but then Crit Connoisseur for a massive damage up. Kinda works out. Kind of at that point, I couldn't play games at all, basically, since DLC 4, Week 1 roughly. I played my level 23 Black Collar last night. Curious to see how in-game feels post changes. It feels great. Feels like there's more options for more people, and more optional progression for people who are into that. It's easier to get gear in general. It's just a good time. Good place to be. Hey Macros, trying out the Morticulturalist multi-class. Wanted your advice on what direction I should go for endgame build. This multi-class can be viable C50+. Absolutely. The thing people tend to do with that multi-class the most is they'll go for Shrikes, which is guns with wings, Furior guns with wings. Because since those are guns, they will trigger things like play the angles. So you could run around with, say, Reaper of Bones active, chucking a bunch of Shrikes, and they'll be clearing rooms. Shrikes are extremely powerful, and that's one of the better multi-classes to just support them, because you get a lot of cool stuff. Got my hands on a Mosquito. I'm gonna try to get a Barbaload. I think that combo get pretty good damage application as well as more uptime on my spells. Note that Barbaload doesn't trigger off of Mosquito crossbolts, to my knowledge. You need actual crossbolts, but it's easy enough to get crossbolts elsewhere in your kit. And those are both just good items. Only difficulties my build currently has the elemental matchups versus bosses. I think that can be mitigated with more powerful non-unique spells, as well as some minor crutches such as Sword Explosion. Sounds like you got a plan. Increase your chaos level on boss run, only on the trial. Boss run is way more fun. Only on the trial. But the reason for that is chaos trials used to be randomized. However, it would result in people having wildly different experiences with their progression. Like, some people, like, let's use my own experience as an example here. I got Celissa, like, 7 times going from C20 to C35. But other people potentially got nothing but Zomboss and Lechance the whole time. So having fixed chaos trials ensures that people need to overcome the same hurdles to unlock difficulty. Which is the entire reason there should be a progression method, to make sure people know how to do certain things when progressing up, so that they don't get walled on a higher difficulty and then complain as if the game never tried to teach them. I think Chaos Trials being fixed and you only earning progression through Chaos Trials is important. Because otherwise, the same thing would happen. If you were able to earn levels through Boss Run, then what would happen is someone who gets nothing but Imelda and Dragon Lord would get absolutely fucked, but then someone else is going to be like, yeah, my boss runs the whole way up were Chums, Lechance, and Zomboss. Like, it's not fair at that point. That's a good war, dude. Favorite dot multiclass? Depends on how I'm applying the dots. So, like, for Spirit Swarm, I really like Blightgeist, because I like Reaper of Bones. In terms of, like, best, it would be Blade Caller for that. But depending on how you look at it, you could classify this as a dot build, because I'm using Alchemical Agent to apply a very powerful dot. And I'm having a lot of fun with this. About Clawstalker? Clawstalker is great. I'm playing Clawstalker right now. That is what is on your screen. It's a nice thing about leveling up multiple time. You do something like cast 20, 25, 25 as enemies too difficult. You do trial on 24 or something. I don't actually know if that's how it works. I haven't tried that either. Easy peasy. Chaos 85 unlocked. I do need to look out for plate mails. Maybe I start hitting the armor bunny. That's a good empowering sigil. Double status, spell damage. Is that max dot you can get from this? Because I don't think you can triple roll status. I think that's the max cryo dot you can have from a spell in the game. It's this right here. Sweet, yeah, Ahmed, you can triple roll status? Oh, okay. That's one of the available triple rolls. Sag, still really good though. I'll pick it up. Second best, I'll take it. Yeah, the 55 slot traps are crazy good these days for whatever reasons. Yeah, they improved the rates as a whole by starting at 50, removing non-chaotic. It might even start earlier than that, I don't recall. Removing non-chaotic gear from the pool, and then they redistributed that chance among the remaining tiers. And then as you get to thresholds beyond that, the other tiers phase out. So chaotic phases out, and then volatile phases out. So like, I'm running around on 84 right now, and for a while now, I've only had Primordial and Ascended in my pool, and it's great. Because it means every single thing that drops is relevant to me. Loot drops, loot drops. That's great. I think so too. I think so too. Not to mention your quantity of drops in general, both dedicated and world drops, goes up as you go up through the tiers because you get more loot luck. See, I'm at 72k loot luck right now. I'm not wearing loot luck gear. I just have 72k. Max is, with gear on at 100, I believe, is 149k and change. Still getting blues? Yeah, that's bound to happen. It's uncommon, but it happens. RNG is still going to be RNG. Fortunately, there's a lot of blues that are useful. Like, if you get a really well-rolled Ice Spike, for example, that can still be a blue and still take you all the way to Chaos 100. Depends on the item. Oh, when the game came out, I was using a blue non-chaos tiered body rocker, a cryo one. I used that until Chaos 35. That's how long it took me to get an upgrade to that. And it was good. Ooh, Tyrant's Truth. Spell Claw. Area damage, melee crit chance. If that was melee damage on the bottom instead of spell damage, that'd be really good for some hammer throwing stuff. Not as good as a spell, not as good as a Claw Stabbo Tyrant, but like that's still really good. I'm hoping for Claw Stabbo plate mails here. That's why I hit the armor bunny. It's Claw Stabbo. That's a smart armor. No thank you. That's a mosquito with a point and double knot. Yeah, I'll take that. I will take that. Claw Stabbo mosquito. All damage. It's trying. It's not as good as the one I have, but it's trying. Using a volatile fortifying sigil all the way up. Yeah, fortifying sigil is one of those items that like you never need to upgrade. Like as long as you have it on level with the enchant you want and the element you want, it's just always going to be useful. Pretty sure most of mine are still chaotic for my fortifying sigils. I've been slowly getting more just ascended stuff in general. Because most of the gear that drops is primordial ascended now, but or from lurking in here, there's some strangeness with double knot and what damage bonuses it gets, resource shows, all that. Yeah, damage formula, doc. But it's just that double knot is a bonus element that double dips and has gun damage in its formula. So, for example, holding a weapon with high crit boosts your double knot because it goes off of gun crit. This does also mean that a kill with double knot counts as a gun kill for the purposes of the enchants that care about that. Digging Blight Collar's bog down skill applying soak. My Plague Storm's poison applying soak, then hit it with Ice Spike, whatever gun I'm using. Yeah, bog down's a great skill. On my Ghostblade build, I use a poison Scalawag specifically to apply bog down. It's a good bow. Take that. Extra projectile love struck bow is great at applying those crossbolts. I guess I'll take Nasty still. Ugh. This is gonna be a rough run. Hey, Cavell, thank you for the 4 months with the 3 streak. I appreciate it. Hope you've been well. Good to see you. Let's focus on dot damage. My volatile ×3 shock sword explosion is better effectiveness than my ascended ×3 non-elemental sword explosion. Well, yeah, by virtue of having a dot, that makes sense. Non-elemental does not have a dot unless you have bonus elements. And or you feed it through a Deuce's Visage, which is a fun thing. Non-elemental cannonballer with a Deuce's Visage goes dummy hard. But it's very awkward to set up. Now, what's new here? Been MIA in this game for a hot second. Disenchanted with mild updates. Well, we just had a really good update. We just had a really good one. Basically, Chaos Cap goes up to 100 now, but for the first time since the early Borderlands 3 days, we have a Land's Endgame where Top Gear is no longer coupled with top difficulty. So, Top Gear is available in this game as early as Chaos 50. Now keep in mind, we also have the menu difficulty settings of Relax, Balance, and Tense, so that means you can get the best gear in this game as early as the 51st difficulty, number 51 out of 303. 303 difficulty levels, and you only have to go through 51 to have everything in the game available to you. From then on, it is elective difficulty. It is optional progression for those who want it, who want an extra challenge, and who maybe want to be rewarded with some better drop rates for that challenge. Now, spitting out some numbers for you here. At C64, you no longer have chaotic gear in the drop pool. Anything you get is volatile and better. At C75, anything you get is primordial and better. At C100, Ascended is the most common Chaos tier. You have 51.6% chance of Ascended, and the remainder is Primordial. A lot of people complained about enemy damage, so they reshuffled how enemy damage lines up with enemy health, and now Chaos 100 is old Chaos 50 enemy damage, so enemies do less damage until 100, at which point they just do the same as they did before. Chaos 100 is a lot more HP than previous max, so for people who want to push their builds farther, they can do that. For people who don't want to, that's okay, they don't have to. More Chaos tiers means higher loot luck, meaning better drop rates across the entirety of the game, whether you're doing world drop farming, bunny farming, wheel farming, dedicated farming, it's just better. And at 50 and up, you don't have non-Chaos tiered gear anymore. So everything's Chaos tiered. Additionally, the catch-up mechanic was updated so that you get 5 tiers up until 50. So it is faster to get to Chaos 50, aka the point where all content in the game is available to you. It is faster to get there than it was to even get to Chaos 20 when the game came out. It takes 10 Chaos Trials to get all gear in the game available to you. Additionally, DLC 4 for this game was very well received. The Blightcaller class it introduced was great, and it was the most well received of the 4 Mirrors of Mystery. Alongside that, build diversity and game balance of the game is very good. There's a lot to do in the build side of things. Good time. Know if mushroom parts will proc bog down? Yes, they would. Favorite buddy character with Blight? A lot of people like doing gun builds with Spore and Blight. Spore covers the multi-target stuff with the Play the Angles capstone, and then Blight covers the single-target stuff pretty well. Blightcaller is very good at dot builds, so you'll see a lot of people pair it with Stabomancer for that. Blightcaller is my favorite companion class for my Ghostblade build. So I have a Blight Stabo Ghostblade build, I have a Blight Stabo dot build. I have a Blight Grave build that's also a dot build that I enjoy quite a lot, running around with Reaper of Bones and doing dot stuff. Damn nasty spell.
See you later, Death. Brave day for them.
There we go.
Like an outlet.
Enjoy playing BL1 to Wonderlands. There's so much these games offer. Not playing on them for a while and returning such a sweet reunion. They're all good in their own ways. Coffee, yeah. Each of them has value. And it's okay to have favorites. Did that coil run away that way, or did I kill it? I can't tell. I guess I killed it. Revisiting my Spore build right now, still caught on my second class. Burr is good for some damage survivability. Blight for just stupid damage might be taking the cake just because that's what I want at C100. Yeah, Blight will cover the single target damage area, which is Spore's biggest weakness as gun builds. The Spore gun builds do great if you can hit a crit spot. If you can't, they're just kind of bad in single target. And Blight helps cover that a lot. Almost put BL3 back in last night. I need to repel some characters in that game, though. Decided I wanted to shoot and not build. Repel. I don't know what you mean. Doing a melee build here? Yeah, this is a hammer throw build. See, I'm throwing my hammer, enemies dying. Because the hammer is melee damage, it also boosts my regular melee attack, so I'm using that as well. But the main focus is the hammer. Respec. Ah, okay. I was like, huh? Okay, Cursewit really needs subtitles because I swear it just said, "You thick-cocked so-and-so." Like, yeah, insulting the enemies by telling them they have a thick cock. Okay. Cool.
One more for the soul fire.
Punk. Trying to keep those wild Pokemon off my flag while I'm running through tall grass. Quite lazy Moxie reason I was able to get to Chaos 53 times. Perhaps I might try to get to Chaos 100 one day. Yeah, if you want to, I totally believe that you can do it, Coffee. If it's not for you, then that is perfectly okay. Because the beautiful thing about Chaos 100, anything above 50 really, is they're all optional. And if you were to start a fresh character now, and do the exact number of runs it took to get you to Chaos 50 before, you'd be farther into this system now. You'd have nothing in your pool but volatile and higher. You'd have better drop rates, and enemy health would be comparable to what it was at old C50. A little bit higher, but comparable. Enemy damage would be lower. You'd be getting more XP gold. So, like, if you put in the same exact amount of time as you did pre-patch, your time is rewarded more. The update made your time more impactful. Simple as that. And I think that's definitely a good place to be in terms of any game structured around a grind. Your time being valued is the goal. If you use Chaos 100 enemy damage, what old Chaos 50 damage was? That's correct, Coffee. How you doing, Brucey? There we go. Lightning versus Salissa, by the way. Flywire still viable? Absolutely. Flywire still great. Good, hope you're well. I'm doing well. This update's so good, so many quality of life improvements. Like, I love the bunny pulls now. Oh yeah, you can put 2,000 crystals into a bunny now. That's something people have been asking for since very early in the game. Being able to put more in a bunny, well, you can. Put 2,000 in, and it's a more favorable loot split as well. So you spend less time looting and more time playing. Which, again, is a good way of valuing the player's time. 2,000 same keybind? Yeah, you just hold the button longer, Foster. You just hold the button longer, that's all it is. See, instead of it saying 500 there, see how it says 2,000? You just hold the button longer. Correction, it's thick package, uh-huh. Melee Tyrant's Truth. With melee damage. That's tempting. It's got Blast Chill. You know, I think I'm gonna pick that up. I need to make room in my inventory, though. Do I have another body rune? I want to get rid of my only one. No, that's my only ascended one. I guess I'll get rid of this one, and I'll reroll that one. I can hold off for a better tiebreaker there. Where is it? Give me that. Brutal Stampede. Not great skills. Amalgam tried. Selective Amnesia with area damage and 3 magic bullets. It's also trying. Three Icebreaker, 2 Cold Snap, ability damage. That's a really good Amnesia. If I was going to do Feral Surge stuff, this would be, like, very high on my list. Hey, Forbidden Games, how you doing? I've been talking to you in the Wonderland server. Never realized you stream. Well, welcome in. Good to see you. You realize now? It's what I do. How you doing? Hope your day's treating you well. I did want a plate mail with claw power, but I wanted claw primary. So not that. Originally, turning Deadshot always questions of whether or not double knot's worth it. Ah, no, you ask good questions and have good conversations. Nothing wrong with wanting to find out why things are good. A good point someone raised a couple months ago in the server is often you'll get an explanation. You'll get this is good, this isn't good, but you won't get an explanation. I don't mind explaining why things are good and aren't good and stuff. So continue asking questions. It's a good place to be. Hey, Coffee, thanks for taking care of Forbidden. And then thanks for gifting 2 more subs, rounding it off to 180. Taking care of Ducky and Kamzy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Coffee.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Chaos 86. Let's go.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Tiny bit annoyed at me once someone talked about using the handbow. I probably did.
She's just a girl.
I am human,
Fire. There you go, Quack.
but it doesn't mean you should stop asking questions. Just like anybody else, I'm sometimes wrong.
You are getting all the grist tonight.
Is mayonnaise an instrument? Always been a person to ask why rather than what. Honestly, that's a good mentality to have for these games. Ooh, crit connoisseur on. Hell yeah. It's a good mentality to be in. Wrong?
Like an outlet. No, nothing but a ski powder. Try that again. Back right in a jiffy. Another soul cone.
It's tasty sunscreen. It's getting cursed, isn't it? That was a bit of a dingus sometimes. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. I speak for everyone. No, I can agree with that. I can absolutely agree with that. A big part of the advantage of the core theory crafters for lens games, starting from 3 onwards, the reason why we work in a team is because sometimes an individual is wrong. Sometimes you need another pair of eyes for testing a thing. Sometimes someone else will have a different idea. Sometimes someone will write something off that they shouldn't. Working as a team is how we provide comprehensive resources and discover cool shit. Also, it's just fun. Like, a lot of the things I enjoy in this game are because someone else pointed me towards it. Ghostblade is something I did not care for a while, but then Viper was enthusiastic about it, so I decided to optimize Ghostblade, and it was a good time. I was worried that Dreadwind wouldn't be very good after the Blast Chill change, so I went and put some time into it just so I could know before I said it would be bad, and then it turned out to be good. I wasn't aware dot stuff would be good at all back in Borderlands 3, and Stone Swan turned me onto it, and that developed a love of dot stuff that I've carried into this game.
Playtime
Bouncing ideas and stuff off other people is part of the fun for me. Never knew Mayo was so versatile. Glad I'm here for these valuable lessons. You can learn important life skills. You never know what you might learn on any given day.
It set someone on fire day. Like you missed that.
By the way, I've asked Citizen Server, what's your take on ×2 laser hand for boss DPS, the better spell combo? So, this isn't the kind of game where better is like a universally applicable thing. Some bosses, there would be better options, but generally 2 laser hands is one of the stronger things you can do in the game, period. In fact, at pre-patch Chaos 50, Lazy was running around to prove a point one day. He unequipped all of his gear except for his 2 laser hands and was still able to clear Chaos 50 efficiently. Laser hand's very good. Some situations where other spells would be better, but it's good. I didn't mean to pick up that. By sharing his inside knowledge and discovering self-improvement, chat talked about putting mail and stuff. Welcome to Quag Chat sometimes. It really do be like that. Accurate description.
That hurt.
I wish there was a way to make it more AoE other than Blast Cast. Well, that's when you use different spells. That's what different spells are for. If you have one spell that does absolutely everything, what's the point of the others, you know? Laser Hand's only weaknesses are that it's fire locked and that it doesn't have a wide AoE. Those are the only weaknesses. And a powerful thing with 1 or 2 weaknesses is, at least to me, far more interesting than a powerful thing with no weaknesses.
Looks like I'm staying alive. Ready to burn it all down?
I suppose if you wanted to turn it into AoE, you could equip a Barbalode Amulet and then just shoot a crossbolt gun before you hit them with your laser hand. You'd have a chance of it being multi-target at that point. But the fact that laser hand does not, you know, cover a room unless you line up those enemies in a straight line is a good thing. Mage Staff has to deal with it. Kind of sucks. Is to deal with it. When you swing it, it basically casts a very weak Sunder that is a spell. It scales with spell stuff, triggers spell stuff, all that. But it's weak. It's very weak.
Gotta keep living to keep going.
Does shit damage? Yeah, that's its problem.
Finally.
It's mechanically, like, fine. It has bad damage. That's all.
Like it's that easy to stop me.
Well, to watch a stream, you took a list of every legendary weapon in this game, do use case analysis discussion, like deep dive breakdown of every item. Maybe that'd make for a good talkie-talkie stream one day. I'll take it into consideration. Quote Edward Richtofen, attention undead horde, if you could all line up stand perfectly still, that'd be wunderbar. I do vaguely remember that line.
That works on you.
Yeah, that was a 1 mil. That must have been a mosquito on my pickaxe.
Like bringing out stick guns, see? A little life now. A lot of culling later.
Gotta get back to work. That Mayo won't grease the motors on its own. You can grease my motor with your Mayo. Full synthetic mayo. Hate it here, wouldn't have it any other way. Well put. Hey, Manikick, how are you? What do you think about people complaining about that their Deadshot build use Pixie's Mosquito Mantle and Buff Masters working more? Wait, is someone really saying that? Goodbye, Parasite. Say it just to piss you off, it won't be funny. Some people are just going to invent things to complain about, and they are not worth engaging with. As soon as you identify a person who's engaging in that sort of behavior, the way I approach it, at least, is I shift to containment. I just make sure that other people know that they're full of shit. That's all. Because they're not there to have a discussion. They're there to have their insane gripes validated, and they don't care if they're in reality or not. Just, it's not worth engaging with. Don't send your brain cells to die. Morning, Roddy. How are you? CDPR just confirmed in a financial presentation they're committed to a sequel to Cyberpunk. Oh yeah, they have that thing today. Yeah. That's great to hear. You can see for yourself. I might be a little busy with something right now. I might be streaming, and also I don't believe in witch hunting people. So you don't need to call massive attention to a singular bad take and derail stream because of it. Let's do the healthy thing and disengage from it. Why do gamers throw fists whenever they see a negative percentage in balance? So let's never understand which to avoid till the end of time. It's a perception that has been kind of fomented by the rise of content creation. Because you'll see something that gets clicks more than anything else is the word buff or the word nerf, plus a flashy thumbnail and a clickbaity title. Get so many clicks. So a bunch of people will be like, oh, this is nerfed. And then people won't actually do any research on, okay, what's the state of this thing? They just immediately assume, oh, nerfed means can't use. It's happened with the Spellblade change. There's people who, like, you tell them, yeah, you can use Spellblade on a build with a lot of spell damage as a good melee build. They'll be like, no, it was nerfed. Like, you could still go up and punch an enemy in the face with it, and it does exactly the same damage. They changed the mechanics elsewhere, but Spellblade is still exactly as good if you go and bonk someone in the face with it. People don't dig into the meat of what actually is changed. They just hear nerf, bad. That's it. Think you can tackle Mega Arrows Wyvern? I'll mess around with it after I hit C100. Thanks for reminding me about it. I keep forgetting that I want to do that. This is a very good roll. Melee damage, 2 Awe, 3 Oath of Thunder, Claw Stabbo, Primordial. Good. Well, I suppose Primordial isn't noteworthy now, because I can only get Primordial or higher. Gotta get used to that. Like my Spellblade, and Spellblade's still good. It's just no longer used for, like, all the action skills. Like, before the patch, Spellblade was used for this build because it affected the hammer. But after the patch, it no longer does, So we kind of came together as a community, a bunch of us melee enthusiasts, and we did a bunch of theory crafting, and we discovered that going for the Goblin Pickaxe is definitely the play, because you can get a very high crit chance with that, which allows you to get guaranteed crits on the hammer with some investment, and that means lots and lots of alchemical agent on every throw. You can hit a single enemy up to 3 times with a hammer throw with good positioning. So that's a lot of dot damage. So the change to the Spellblade resulted in new build tech being discovered. More build diversity because of the Spellblade change. Not less, more. And I'm happy about that. Imagine them not releasing the 2076 previous Cyberpunk games. Or you like this? I think they said they sold 20 million copies. Glad Cyberpunk was successful. It would have been sad if it flopped because of corporate decisions. Yeah. And there's some people who, you know, do that weird thing, defining themselves by something they refuse to let other people like. Like, I saw Cyberpunk was trending the other day on Twitter, and then I clicked on it, and one of the top ones was someone just being like, no, it's not a good game. Stop pretending like it's good. It was a bad idea with bad execution, not a good idea with bad execution. And it's like, you can't just let people enjoy shit. Like, I've enjoyed Cyberpunk since the day it came out. I happen to have been lucky, and I didn't get hit with as many of the bugs and issues as other people did, and I didn't play on an old-gen console, so the performance was a lot better and stuff for me. But the fact of the matter is, I always enjoyed it. The experience improved over time, and was it in an acceptable state at launch? Not really, but they improved it, and I'm glad that the game is getting attention now for being a more complete product. It's still got a ways to go, but it's better. And ultimately, even if it wasn't, and people out there liked it, it's not my business to tell them what they can and can't like. It's not my fucking business. Like, it's that simple. If someone likes a game and you don't, that's okay. You don't get to police their fun. Not played as much as you have. Done a couple playthroughs, enjoyed my time with it. Flawed and enjoyable game. I've done 7 playthroughs now. 7 playthroughs. It's a fun game. I just like playing it. Let's see, Chaos 87. 44.6% ascended chance. Now I could look at what the best options are for melee-based action skills rather than singular best in slots. Yeah, for Dreadwind, it's back to figuring out which of the great swords is optimal, or it might even be something other than great swords that we haven't considered yet. For Stormdragon's Judgment, crit chance is the really big thing. Ghostblade could be geared in a similar way to Stormdragon's Judgment, but unlike SDJ, you also care about your weapon's base damage for that. So you're gearing differently for different melee things.
Think you can make it?
I'm forward thinking about my fits, so I haven't messed with the monowire mantis-bladed shotgun stuff yet. I haven't done a, like a takedown build. Like using the grapples a lot. I want to do that. I'm currently doing a monowire and hacking focused. I've done a pure hacker before, but I'm using monowire this time. So it's like a very squishy melee. I think my next one I'm going to do pistols and like human shields. I don't know, Quag, I have this badge here that says Fun Police that might just give me the authority to rain on your parade. Understandable.
Ha! You fell for it. Classic hero bait.
Wish driving on PC was a little less finicky. Oh yeah, driving in that game is still pretty awful. It's a lot better on motorcycles. They handle a lot better. But it's still, ugh. Also, there's little quirks, like, I still always have T-posing in the opening cutscene. There's a few other cutscenes throughout the game that, the textures don't load in fast enough. And they still use the low detail models. So, like, there's one where, like, the scene changes and there's just a stripper in your face. And it's the most low poly ass you've ever seen in your entire life. It's funny, though. It's like classic Lara Croft status. And there's also no textures on it. Sad never got to have sex with Keanu. I think a lot of people feel that way in life in general, Cavell. Promised too much, simply didn't deliver. You ever play the game, Thermal? Out of curiosity? That was a funny line. Only issue I have is one of the NCPD things is stuck in the ground, so I can't 100% the game. That's unfortunate. I've had progression blockers like that too. It's still a buggy game. And it'd be crazy to deny that. But it's made progress, and I find it enjoyable. Not every ass can be so detailed that its polygons alone has more data than the complete Zelda Ocarina of Time. The crazy thing is, I know exactly what you're talking about. Does that make me a degen, Lacosius? Wasn't there a thing where cops would spawn directly behind you if you turn around for a couple seconds? Yeah, they made that not as bad, and they actually have a an overhaul to the police system planned for the next major patch. For patch 1.7. Makes you a man of culture? Cool. So order a new monitor for myself. It supports HDR10, 144 Hz, perfect for my Xbox Series S. Monitor, Samsung Odyssey G5 curved. Ooh, curved. I've never had a curved monitor. I was thinking about shopping around and treating myself for Black Friday this year. Adaptive is a really good roll for Trick Mirror, actually. I'll take that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna treat myself to a monitor upgrade and maybe a new desk. Black Friday. I've been wanting to switch to a 3-monitor setup for a while, just like put a third one above the 2 I have here, and I probably do a curved one here, and then that one would go up there. I think the worst progression blockers are when I do things like accidentally jump a fence the wrong way and the entirety of 6th Street starts to attack me. Yup, do be like that. I accidentally sprinted in front of a cop and failed a mission once. Good times. Like, this cop just got very angry that I was running too fast. I suppose that's indicative of what cops in real life often do. Just fly off the handle for no reason. Morning, Archimedes. How you doing? Don't run over the speed limit. Sorry, officer. Assume the peg leg only works on melee swings. Yes. Yeah. That bonus is only applied by connecting with a swing. But it fortunately lasts for a fair bit. So a peg leg is one that I like on builds where your melee slot isn't really very involved. So you just bonk occasionally and get a bonus. One place in the city I ran where it's like a crime scene, but it blocks off every sidewalk to walk through the area. You need to go through an area for the mission. I don't know if that's deliberately annoying or a design flaw. I don't know if I run into that one. Looking for upgrades. The desk part would recommend an adjustable monitor stand. Gives you tons of customization options for ergonomics and shit. I'll keep that in mind. Hey, Pericles, what do you think of Jamstone for this build? Ultimately, with rings, you just want to run whatever rings rolled the best stats for you. So, like, I happen to have a thumb cuffs here. But it doesn't necessarily have to be a thumb cuff. I could use a championship ring, and then I'd have even better stats, but it'd only be relevant in bossing. I could use a mood ring, because my ward is almost never full. I could use a shell casing, and then just use a gun that I keep on low ammo, such as a Thumbsbane instead of a Scalawag. You've got lots of choices. I would say, ultimately, what it is doesn't matter unless you have, like, an exact duplicate in another kind of ring. Like, with the exact same stats, and then the condition is different. But you want to prioritize the other stuff. So, like, the melee damage, the melee crit damage, the melee crit chance, and the chaos tier. All of that matters more than whatever the bottom thing is. So, if you have a well-rolled Jamstone, then by all means. Like, Rune has been playing a variation of this build, and he runs a lethal catch, which has a higher potential ceiling than what I'm doing. I just happen to have a thumb cuffs, and I also like that thumb cuffs is 100% consistent. I have less stats, but I always have them. Want to play more Cyberpunk? There's so many games I'm still invested in. Yeah, Booth. There's not enough hours in the day. There's a bunch of games I still need to circle around to. Juggling is tough, and more coming out this season. October is packed with game releases. Like the Demon of Light Perfect Dots? Yeah, I have one equipped. C20, let's go. Nice. Personally, my favorite ring's a mood ring. Just fine to get the most use out of it because it's never full ward. If you can keep it up consistently, then there you go. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that I just saw Contagion spread a 1 mil dark magic dot. And that's just... How far along in Chaos are we? This is to unlock 88 right now. I think I missed a couple messages. Scrolling up. Do you think a peg leg's viable for Dreadwind with Amnesia? Its movement speed bonus or greatsword still best in slot? Peg leg has a very low crit chance. Kind of off-putting to me personally. I still prefer greatswords for Dreadwind. Too many games being out is a problem. Still want to get back to Wonderlands, play 76 with my wife, get another Cyberpunk playthrough going. Yeah, I grabbed Fallout 76. It's free for, if you have Prime, you can get Fallout 76 for Windows Store for free right now. I grabbed that last night, so I'll play that eventually. I've been meaning to get back into Godfall a little bit. Doing Cyberpunk stuff. Doing my on-stream Dragon Age series playthrough. Doing Wonderland stuff both for stream and for builds document. Got new Tales coming out soon, Resident Evil 8 DLC coming out soon, God of War Ragnarok coming out soon. I've been wanting to play some Back 4 Blood. There's a lot of stuff. New Pokemon, yeah, that too.
Finally!
Almost. I've died to that before, by the way. That explosion when Banshee dies. Bayonetta 3, that's another one. Yep. 76 is another game, got review bombed, never looked back at it, never played, love the series. It was pretty bad at launch, but, you know, over time, they improved it. There's been a bunch of games in the last couple generations of console, however you want to phrase it, that have had the glow-up story. No Man's Sky, Fallout 76, Cyberpunk 2077, Godfall are all ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Been playing 76 since yesterday, it's pretty fun. Lazy and Rabbit got into it recently, and they really enjoyed it. I know D2H was playing some of it recently on stream. I didn't manage to catch any of those. But I saw him playing it. Seemed to be enjoying it based on how much he was doing it. Let's face it, every game bad except the ones current hype of streamers, so that's what you hear all the time. The only reason why Among Us or Fall Guys become a thing. People like party games. That's a lot of why those got as much traction as they did, but you're absolutely right that a big part of it was hype from creators. And I think it's that big hype from creators that counteracts the need of a large chunk of the internet to say new game bad, no matter what new game is. Alright, I'm around the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, be back. Just did a regular run on C88. Large portion of my drops are now ascended. The fully ascended builds are now not only possible, but very doable. Yeah, that's been a really nice thing, as well. Like, perfect gear is now realistic. There's still the issue of part variance in a lot of slots, but, like, for, say, melee weapons, you can feasibly go for a specific role at Ascended and not feel like you're just absolutely insane. And with rings in particular, getting the specific kind of ring you want is still kind of a crapshoot, but if you're target farming for certain combinations of passives, you no longer have to deal with, okay, these are the right stats, but it's 3 chaos tiers down from what I need. Now the worst it can be is Primordial, which is still great. So, yeah, the farming just feels so much better now at high chaos tiers. Directly disproving this weird idea people have that scarcity equals reward factor, because that's not the case at all. People like being able to achieve a goal. Multiple Ascended Salt and Batteries today, but I haven't gotten a max damage elemental one with a hilt mod. Like, that's even a good hilt mod on that non-Ellie one, but it's non-Ellie. Ultimately not very useful to me. Then there are armors. Yeah, armors are still hell, but less so. Less so. Crazy 88. I want to get to 100 today, but I also want to leave enough time to do some Dreadwind stuff. I don't know, we'll see how far I get in the next hour. If it feels like I'm still making good time, then I'll keep going. Maybe I should stop looting. Although that's so much good gear to leave behind now. I don't know if I can justify that. It's like you do a lot of gearing on your way to high chaos levels, which is great. But the game isn't rewarding enough, but also farms give too much stuff, and also I need to farm pills so my marriage doesn't fall any further apart than it already has. Hashtag bussin'. Well, that was a journey. That was an experience. That's a great thing they could add as a loot filter. I personally doubt something like that happening, but would I love it? Absolutely. Being able to set, like, auto pickup for, like, one item. Like, what if they let you pick an item from your inventory, and then tell the game, yes, anytime this drops, automatically put it in my bag if there's space. So if you're hitting the bunny for, say, purple great axes, you wouldn't have to sift through the loot vomit. You could just walk over and then check to see if you got any. That'd be cool. Primordial Amnesia with fire rate, melee and gun crit chance. The idea to use force seems good. Depends on the skills and class combo, I suppose. Anything that whole filter thing would help me farm armor, since the only armor drops double knots. Trickster. Well, that's not an armor, that's just... Trickster is what an armor is called when it is primary stabbo secondary spell, or whatever the double knot combo is. Trickster itself is not an armor. It is a combination that can happen on almost any armor. So, filtering by a particular item wouldn't help that. You would have to filter by, like, class. Hey, Dukesteer Freya. Thoughts on Berserker? Doing my first playthrough now as is. Berserker is extremely good. It's a very good generalist class. It's very tanky. And can support a lot of different playstyles. Berserker's great. In fact, I like Berserker so much, I did a playthrough using only Berserker. Like, I didn't take a second class. I just put all 44 skill points in Berserker. And it remains viable into endgame. It's a good class. Giga Chad Zerker, you know it. You know what I want for future games? A separate inventory for new items and one for items you already have. Meet a bunch of users, sort your loot instead of everything being lumped together. I don't disagree. Trust in magic with this build is such a bad idea. But I'm doing it. We're full sending. 1600 HP. Other classes could also monoclass like that. To be honest, any of them. Any of them, really. Some of them would have an easier time than others. Like, I'd say solo, solo Grave would probably have the hardest time. But, like, solo Blight would be just fine. Solo Spore would be just fine, provided you did gun. Solo Spell would be just fine. Solo Stabbo would be just fine. Solo Claw is one of the better leveling experiences. It just has a good spread of functionalities. Good damage formula. Defense options. I'd say you could do pretty well with any of them. Again, Grave would probably be the hardest, but... Make Berserker viable on its own, that's insane. Yep. Berserker is great because it not only has good utility, quality of life things, such as movement speed, but it's also got a lot of survivability in the tree, and it's got damage formula boosts that apply to a lot of different things. So it's not like, say, Spore Warden, where you have gun damage and companion damage, and then very little else. You have multiple categories of damage boost that can apply to multiple things. So Berserker can boost up spells, guns, melee. It can just kind of do a little bit of everything because of how its damage formula works. So Berserker's something of a jack of all trades that is also just good at tanking. Crit chance, good for an Arcane Bolt. Arcane Bolt's effect triggers off of critting, so yeah, it can be. Solo Claw was weirdly easier than Solo Stabo because Clawbringer has a better damage formula than Stabomancer. Also, Storm Dragon's Judgment is an excellent action skill that requires less gear to function than Ghostblade does. From the Shadows is good, but it doesn't do anything on its own. You use From the Shadows to empower other things, and because Stabomancer Tree is one of the weakest on its own, Claw being stronger than Stabo as a solo class option totally makes sense.
Electricity in the air.
Item variance continues to increase, becomes very imperative. We generally need more inventory space as well as a more friendly UI. Well, we have the biggest backpack we've ever had in a lands game. We have the biggest bank we've ever had in a lands game. And the bank in this game is so big that it doesn't work properly. So I don't know about that one, Snowspawn. More UI fixes, absolutely on board with that in general. But we already do have the most storage capacity we've had in a lands game in this one. Mod check enemies. Alright, well, you'll get over here eventually. Or you won't. I don't care. No, fire friend!
Just got another visitor this morning.
Damage ramp up rate of laser hand. I'm trying to figure out optimal charge time spam for maximum damage output. Optimal charge time of laser hand is to fully charge it. There you go. Figured it out for you. I don't like either of these options. That's correct, not a spee.
No pity. I never want to wait again.
There we go. Wasn't so bad. If you have a channel cast spell in your right hand and you charge while climbing, you can hold your gun out and fire while keeping channel cast charged. Yeah, that's a known thing. Ambi-Hex gives you a third hand, not a second one. So under certain circumstances, you can cast two spells and shoot at the same time. Honestly, strictly speaking, Fate Makers can have either two right hands and one left hand, or two left hands and one right hand, depending on what they're doing. Because you can cast spells and throw Storm Dragon's Judgment at the same time if you time it well. And those both require your left hand. I mistimed it there, but it's possible. I gotta hit that button faster. I'm trying to do it. I'm wasting time. Don't hate me for leaving this loot, but I want to get more trials in. Can't quite get the timing. But it's a thing. Just like how you can have a channel or repeating spell in your right hand going at the same time as you're shooting that gun. Primordial Wicked Gossip with extra projectile. Nice.
Set someone on fire day. Nothing like that, right? No thanks. Holiday work. Best song.
I like how fast-paced this trial starts.
Give me something cast at this instant.
It's your funeral.
So build after? Yeah. I can do that.
Like I'm staying alive. A little worse for wear there, hero.
Which two Berserker abilities do you think is better? Dreadwind. Feral Surge is not very good later on, but Dreadwind can remain very viable. One of the ever get the Twitch extension BL3 did? I doubt it. I doubt it. It just wouldn't make sense to deploy something like that this late in the game's life. Dreadwind count as melee damage? It does.
I'll be back up soon and you can safely walk through.
Stabbo would be a good Dreadwind route? Yes. I would argue that Stabbo is the optimal Dreadwind route because of alchemical agents specifically. That's why I'm using Stabbo for Hammer Throw. I do the same thing for Dreadwind, and fortunately Ghostblade is already part of Stabbo, so you've got that going there. Barrel. Why is that so good? Because I'm doing Stab Berserker is an element damage pretty terrible to Frost? No. Why would you think it is terrible? Do you see a penalty to any other element anywhere in that tree? Also, go ahead and count the number of times Frost is mentioned in the Berserker tree. Not as many as you think. Element matching is still the play in a wide variety of situations. And the reason why Alchemical Agent is so good is because it applies a dot based on the damage you dealt. 10% of the damage you dealt. Melee otherwise does not have good dot values. And you can have Contagion as well, which means anytime you apply a dot, you have a chance of applying a half strength base before getting status effect damage dot of a different element. So you can cover multiple elements. You have multi-target capability, you have enhanced single-target capability, and dots are powerful in this game. Alchemical Agent is one of the most impactful damage-increasing skills in the entire game. Not penalty and not many buffs. Sorry, not much of a guru in this is you. No, nothing to be sorry about. So, it's not as many buffs, because in Berserker Tree, you have one buff for frost damage. One. And that is Ancestral Frost, which is actually Berserker's weakest skill in their entire skill tree, because it is in a category that you can boost easily elsewhere. The opportunity is not worth it. You can spend the skill points elsewhere and get more impact overall, and not chain yourself to that element. In terms of other stuff that's Frost in Berserker, Feral Surge happens to be Frost. It also sucks. Blast Chill happens to be Frost, but is irrelevant to Dreadwind. And it's not powerful because it's Frost, it's powerful because it's a double dip. Icebreaker is nice, but guess what? You have Enrage. You have a global bonus element as Frost always on, so you're always getting progress towards Icebreaker in any Berserker build, regardless of whether or not you're using Frost weapons. Cold Snap gives Frost efficiency, which also applies to your Enrage bonus element, which every Berserker has, regardless of whether or not using Frost damage. And because of elemental matchups, Fire on Flesh is still going to do more than Frost on Flesh, even with the Berserker buffs. Appreciate all this insight, didn't think of it this way. Hey, my pleasure. And you're not the only person to think that way. It's a common thing. People do the same thing with, say, Graveborn in this game. They'll see Graveborn and think, oh, dark magic. No. No. And it happens in every Lands game. People saw Radiation on one of Flack's action skills and became convinced that Flack's a Radiation character. Nothing's farther from the truth there. It's a common trap people fall into. Hey, Denalia, how you doing? So Berserker gets credit for being good at Frost, but what Berserker is actually good at is just doing damage. Flat plays Fallout. Send a blank slate. It's a shame Blank Slate doesn't scale with Chaos Tier, because there were some honest use cases for it before. Like, it's really good leveling, and it was serviceable at Chaos 20 compared to other armors because class power and stats and stuff are a lot lower, but Blank Slate has just gotten less desirable the better other gear has gotten. As of C50, Blank Slate is just kind of not desirable in endgame at all. So for you, does it feel like you're having to get back to the C100 to get back to the same difficulty you had at 50 pre-patch? No, not at all. At C61, enemies have more HP than they did at pre-patch C50. At Chaos 61, they have more health than they did. Now you have to get to 100 to get enemy damage back up that high, But the thing is, with enemy HP being massively higher than it was at the highest available level, you need to build more into damage, and that often comes at the cost of some survivability. So, despite the enemy damage being the same, you're generally less tanky, or at least I am, because I played a lot of tank builds. So no, I already feel an increase in difficulty. What hero points you allocate for Dreadwind depends on how you're gearing, but for the most part, you'd go Strength, you'd go Wisdom, and then depending on how you're gearing from there, you'd go either Dexterity, if you need more crit chance for alchemical aging consistency, or you would go Constitution if you find yourself needing more tank. Remember, Constitution pulls double duty on Berserker because unarmored defense is amazing,
Can't stay just yet.
but Dexterity is also incredible for melee, because melee weapons, for the most part, have high base crit values. Wisdom? Yes. Wisdom. I meant wisdom when I said wisdom. So would you say that you're, all things considered, pretty happy with the new balance of difficulty? Yes. 99% positive changes, Denalia. 99%. The 1% is a niche problem that only people who have been enjoying Chaos 50 at the highest levels of difficulty, like all elites, you know, playing tank builds and that. So like people like me, people like Lazy, people like Sen, Stone Swan and stuff. A concern we have from the new system is enemy health is so far divorced from enemy damage that tank builds have gotten less desirable because of that. But that is such a niche problem that doesn't apply to the majority of people that I put it in that 1% instead of it being a bigger thing. Other than that, it's entirely positive. You have to hit reset on the build stock. You see inviability with minimal changes from C50 to 100. Guess the better question is you focus on the build doc on. This is how you beat the game in the hardest setting. So it's not going to be entirely focused around, you know, everything in here is C100 viable. I'm thinking the point for, like, builds, the main benchmark is going to be 80. Of course, I'm going to try to keep things as 100 friendly as possible, but honestly, for the most part, if something works at 60 plus, it's going to work at 100. You just need better gear or more specific gameplay decisions. But yeah, like, it hasn't really affected things too much, loading screen. I was most worried about hammer throw for the dock, and with all the theory crafting we put into it over the last few days because of the spellblade change, it's honestly stronger than it was because we've started gearing differently in certain places. So it hasn't really affected build dock plans. And keep in mind, now that we have 100 as a point to push builds, anything that works on 100 is obviously going to just absolutely destroy anything below that. 0 to 50 is 5 at a time, 50 to 100 all 1 at a time. Yes, keep in mind, you do not have to do a single one above 50 if you don't want to. It doesn't unlock anything other than higher enemy HP, higher damage, slightly better, you know, chaos stats in general, and personal enjoyment. And it's worth noting that even if you were to do the same exact number of runs it originally took to get to Chaos 50 pre-patch, you would end up in the 70s. You'd end up in the 70s, where at that point, a chaotic and volatile gear no longer drops, so you made more progress for the same amount of time spent. So it's better. You don't have to use the extra levels, but it's a better system. Jump into the water and front on drill in front of your co-op buddies is the main focus of my use of tank builds. There you go, Scrunt. It's a good use. And necessity is a mother of invention, of course. You like Executioner's Blade in the Stab Up tree? Depending on build, yes. What's good build? I like the one I'm doing right now. It's boss lift from 0 to 50 for chaos levels the same. The command's been updated, Tom Nasty, if you want to look at it. Exclamation point Chaos Trials. They did slightly change the rotation to give it a little more variety, but yeah. Felicia documented it. It's all there. Exclamation point Chaos Trials. So the build. Let me step out of here so that the butt stallion buffs go away. I playing Dire Sacrifice solely for the fact you basically cannot die. I just wish the damage was better. Yeah, I think now that perfect gear for it is actually feasible, we can pinpoint the exact point where Dire Sacrifice starts to drop off. Like, you can have full ascended perfect passives much more reasonably because of the changes to how farming works. But it's going to be one of those things that I don't expect to do 100 efficiently. But I could be surprised there. So, Storm Dragon's Judgment, we go down to Storm Breath and the Claw Tree. Maxing Oath of Thunder because it applies to all melee, and 1 point Oath of Fire for triggering Awe off of our guns. Dragon Aura is elemental damage. Rebuke is to get down the tree and also a little bit of tank. Stabo Tree, max Potent Poisons, max Haste, it's pretty standard. Max Exploit Their Weakness, also standard. Something don't often do is max Swift Death, but my global damage category is not very well covered in this, and all of these don't help me, so we go with that. Contagion because it's goated, Elusive because it's great. 1 sneak attack because we have a leftover point, and it's the most optimal thing to increase our damage at that point. 1,000 cuts we max out because we need global damage. Alchemical Agent is the star of the show. It's the primary reason we're going Stabo here. And Executioner's Blade gives us some extra flexibility in how we're dealing our damage. You could, instead of Exi Blade, you could sacrifice some of the points in this. You could only take Alchemical, and then you could fill out Awe over here, but I like doing it this way. Hero points, max Strength for crit damage, max Wisdom for status damage, and Remainder and Dexterity gets me to exactly 90% melee crit chance because I'm using a 21% base crit pickaxe. And what that means is whenever I trigger Awe, I'm at 100% melee crit chance. So every single one of my hammer hits, every single one of my punches, every single one of my Executioner's Blade, those all crit every time, which means every single melee hit does Alchemical Agent, which means every single hit is doing tons of powerful dots, and Contagion is spreading those powerful dots. I'm also freezing enemies with this Empowering Sigil, which makes you do more melee damage to them. It's also protecting me because I'm very squishy. I'm using a lower level Cursed Wit, because the enchant doesn't actually get weaker. It's tied to your character level, so the value is incorrect. This is full strength. So it is actually doing, I got rid of my other one, 5% max HP per second and 30% global damage. And lower level Curse Wit means it breaks easier, so I can get that damage when I want it. Ring with melee crit stuff, Demon Blight with duration passives to make Alchemical Agent last longer. Scalawag, Twisted Delusion for applying Soaked, Queen's Cry for tasers, Sabomatic if I need to shoot something from range, and Exi Blade is not enough. I'm running a Mosquito right now. You could run a Tyrant's Truth, and it's very comparable in performance. Melee Tyrant's Truth would be the one to run. Give up your Wyvern for effectively a damage multiplier you don't have much access to otherwise. Yeah, that's the build. You have no Constitution Investment. What survivability do you have? I have a Sacrificial Skeep Amulet. I have an Empowering Sigil. I have a Missing HP passive here. Passive heal over time. And then I have some damage reduction here. I have evasion over here. My primary survivability is by positioning well with my sigil. Which, it's got a 5-second duration. And then I only have 3 seconds of downtime after it ends. Also, my gun is dark magic, so over long periods of time I do get small amounts of healing shooting that. Well, let's see what Chaos 90 looks like. Buffmeister workable with this build. Buffmeister works in any build, Cavell. It's not a question of does Buffmeister work on this build. Buffmeister works on anything. It is uninteresting because of that. Worth noting, though, you will have to work harder in general, because you're not going to keep the Buffmeister up all the time with this. At least not without reworking a lot of areas of the build. And it doesn't protect you. It doesn't give you survivability. That is the one thing Buffmeister does not do. So I would just recommend avoiding it in general. It leads to unintelligent build crafting and gameplay. I'm less opposed to it now that enemies have so much more health. That it's less massive overkill, but it's still it still is the item that does the single most distinct functions in the entire game, and it has absolutely infected a large amount of the player base with this idea that you have to use Buffmeister on every build. You don't. Vampire Goblin because the word regen. Yeah, I don't want Vampire here because it would turn off my Cursed Whip. Yeah, Buffmeister doesn't freeze either. So, like, not only is the Empowering Sigil more interesting, it's more defensively relevant, and still gives me damage, just in a more interactive way. Why is one of the status shorter than the rest? It's always been that way? Not oblivious? What do you mean? Oh, one of the statues? Oh, I misread. Yeah, the one in the middle is just shorter, I guess. I guess because this is the one where your co-op friends' statues appear, and we're in there in the game with you, so it leaves more room. Echo on your Goblin. I'm not running Echo. I'm running Warrior currently, but Echo is something that could work. You would just have to make sure you wait longer between your swings to maximize your Echo. Warrior or Caustic would be optimal for damage here. Vampire would turn off your Cursed Wit, so if you're running Cursed Wit, don't run that, but you can just run another ward and then run Vampire successfully. Ancient doesn't really get value here because your cooldown's already so short, same with Archmage. Yeah, you'd want Warrior, Caustic, or Echo. In that order, best to worst. Pixie's still ridiculously overused an OP thing? Yes.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Newsflash!
But they did adjust Mosquito, so it's no longer completely ridiculous. It's very strong, but it's no longer completely insane. So, it's only really Buffmeister and Pixies inhabiting that area of you don't have a build, you just have that. With the Spellblade change, Stab-O-Matic is now completely reasonable. So for people who still live under the delusion that they can't balance things without completely gutting them, Livewire, Mosquito, and Spellblade were all extremely overpowered and have been adjusted in ways that have left them relevant and powerful, but not absolutely skull-fucking the health of the game.
Give me something cast at this instant!
Already have C100 locked on this character? No. I'm on C90 right now. I'm doing Chaos Trials. I do not have 100 on this character.
Hold this for a second.
Build abuses the hell out of Alchemical? Yes. Hammer can hit up to 3 times per target. Getting Alchemical on all those hits is pretty good. And I have a lot of status damage. With that gear, I feel bad for the look going they killed that gun. They didn't kill that gun, Tom Nasty. They've only killed one gun in this game, and that was the Sawmill. And the reason why the Sawmill was killed was because a bunch of people kept saying sniper's bad, sniper's bad, sniper's bad. Man, the Sawmill is okay, but it takes too much ammo. So then Gearbox, listening to people's feedback, were like, okay, we'll make the Sawmill take less ammo. But this really throws off the DPS of the weapon category, so we'll shave some damage off. But you can just take the investment you had into the Sawmill, in a good Sawmill build before, and use any of the other snipers and do more DPS. They lowered Sawmill's DPS to the lowest in the category. But that is the only weapon or item they've ever killed in this game. Liquid cooling with what is known and available to us now is stronger than it was before it was balanced. They did not kill the item. You just now need to actually do things to make the item good. There's a very big difference between those things.
Nothing but a ski harder.
Deja vu. Hey, Dex. As it thrice? Yeah, as Trade Secret said, once during travel, a second when it hits the ground, and then it can hit again when you recall it. So basically, if you wanted to hit consistently, you'd throw it like through to land slightly behind, and then recall, and it hits them on the way back. I missed the recall on that one. But yeah, you can hit 3 times per target. As a spilled field against raid boss, just curious if you tried them, waiting to C100. I can do some raid bosses for you if you'd like me to. Yeah, I'll do the next one that comes up. I don't remember which one is in this particular trial, but I'll grab the next one that comes up for you. The resource somewhere explains the damage from the TDO reloads and BL3 inferior and Wonderlands. There is one for Wonderlands.
Ready to burn it all down?
You're in Wonderlands official. It's in the resources channel there. It explains the companions. The non-companion chucks are a little different, but they've been calculated. Shadowfire and Lightning chucks have their own formulas. Try to build around it. Liquid cooling's biggest advantage is that it is a bullet hose that doesn't have to stop. As long as you can hit those crits, it doesn't stop. So for example, if you're fighting Gloop, the blue raid boss, the way you capitalize against Gloop is by laying into its open crit spot when the opportunity presents, and you don't stop. Gloop is also a bone health bar. Liquid cooling is cryo. That's a favorable elemental matchup. You know what else helps cryo? Soaked. You could slap that in. Because liquid cooling doesn't have to stop, you can do things like pump your fire rate to really bullet hose. Because it promotes you critting so much, you can use other on-crit effects in your build, such as Geist in the Shell from Blightcaller. Would be happening a lot when utilizing a liquid cooling to its fullest extent. Hell, that Geist in the Shell could also trigger Bogged Down in the Blightcaller tree, allowing you to apply Soaked without needing to use anything other than your liquid cooling itself. Like, there's lots of ways to build around it. Hey man, knowledge well appreciated. My pleasure. And hi Boom, hope you're doing well. Said hi earlier, think it got lost. Oh, hi Viper. I missed it. Yeah, it did get buried. Just got off work. How was work today? Welcome back. Oh, I forgot to check for raid boss there. We're gonna do raid bosses. I keep forgetting. I don't know how this will fare against the yellow one, because lightning versus armor and also the Sandstorm would kind of eat me. Bark will go fine, because any melee build has an innate advantage against Bark. Because shooting Bark's weak spots deals melee damage. So, since I have 100% melee crit chance, every time I hit him in the weak spot, it's my full damage formula, and it's critting, and it's applying Alchemical Agent. Bark and Scene's gonna get bullied. Gloop is gonna depend on how well Hammer can actually hit the boss. I'm not certain about that. So blue and yellow are question marks. Green is an exclamation point. And my interview for a promotionary position went super well. So Viper's Happle, love to hear it. You've been working hard, you deserve it. Hey, raid boss on this one? No? Might have to do a regular run. Mentoring this new guy, he said he had a meeting with my manager. Told him you're like a really good mentor, feeling comfy quickly and you're great, which is also very happy. Love to hear it. Thank you, Skeep. That is exactly why we run a Skeep. Sometimes we can just instantly kill it and get up. Loop is easy, you can position yourself to land hits directly on the crit spot, challenge is fine in that position. Yeah, each method of dealing damage in this game is kind of different things you have to do to make it work against different bosses. Storm Dragon Judgment and Ghostblade, they share, what's called interesting hitboxes. So I just gotta find the angle that works. No, no boss on this one either? Fuck. Alright, well, I'll do a featured. I'll do a featured to get the raid bosses. Bully Wastard real quick. It's a lot smarter to use Stab-O-Matic on Bark if you have decent melee, of course. It can be, but you can still do your regular damage stuff to Bark, provided hitboxes allow. And then just make sure you're hitting those weak spots with anything. It could be a spell, could be a gun, anything that's able to capitalize there. Let me go up to C91 for this. Even 47 for Ascended chance. Alright, we'll do a featured so that there's guaranteed raid bosses. Hit that one on the recall. That was clean. Must not be in this one. got blue here. This is, I hope we don't get this one first. I hope we get Bark first. Because I've not attempted this build against raid bosses in a while. Not since C50. I've done Bark. But Gloop and Bunny, bit of a question mark. As long as I can hold up to the Sandstorm damage, Bunny will be fine. Don't hit the tree. And then it's just hitting Gloop's hitboxes properly. For that one.
Or do you have a death wish?
How fair is the climb? Goes well, J-Bridge. We're doing a featured right now just to do some raid bosses by request on C91.
No kidding! Wipe your shoes off at death's door! They never want to wait again. You probably pulling on it. Without a wand, my ult is still deadlier than a blood wand.
Hey, Malkin Fundays, how you doing? Read that in a moment. No! Leave Butt Sally alone. Okay. Two build questions for you. If you're trying to optimize Bog Totem damage with stats that you focus on, companion or ability damage, maybe something else. Live in the Wonderland streams. Let's go. So Bog Totem gets both companion and ability. It is fundamentally a damage source ability that also gets boosted by companion. So you're gonna want to balance them. Now this does affect how you gear. This does affect which classes are desirable. It's worth noting that Spore Warden has the most companion damage in Tree, while also having ability damage and also having Wrath of Nature, which is a debuff applied by ability damage. So Spore Blight is a very good combo for Bog Totem. Buy an extra life? It's not a bad idea.
Finally! No thanks! That Stormman is gonna be busy!
Related to melee builds, how do you deal with the blue raid boss? I knew just about everything else. Stamatics hard on that one. Maker to a lesser extent. Gloop is tanky. Gloop is tanky. If you don't have something that can capitalize very well off of the mechanics of its weak spot, it's just gonna take a while. Things that tend to do the best against Gloop are things that do some sort of shenanigans with the weak spot. For example, if you have Geist in the Shell and a gun build, you can shoot the weak spot, and then you're getting the benefit of doing that. But your Geists are going to be spawning, because you're hitting a natural crit spot, and those can then also hit the weak spot and crit for free damage. Double Knot on compatible spells does very well against the weak spot. Any crossbolts or saw blades you have stuck in the weak spot when the phase expires will do additional damage as well. That's another thing you can do. Live wire chains, if you get a good angle, can also target the weak spot. Alright, Banshee, switch to a pickaxe. Cannot believe the difference in DPS. Swing speed really helps. Now, Banshee's still a very high-end weapon. It's just going to depend on how you're doing damage. But both are good, yeah. We got this. Can I actually do this properly? Do I need to Stab-O-Matic this? I might need to Stab-O-Matic this. There we go. Back by breach. I don't know if I want to take another curse, because I don't remember what's next. So I'm just going to opt not to. Magma Breach is beneficial on this, because we can use it. Stand still, take one tick, break our curse wit. Profit. Just out of range. Let's not be here. Yeah, I don't remember where the one here is. Hopefully I don't miss Bark. If it hasn't been made clear already, I've not done this featured very much because I've been too busy chaos climbing.
Electricity in the air.
Bark is here? Cool, thank you. Okay. So, I don't really expect to beat the Maker, but, like, fuck it. Pickaxe element locked? No. You're just unlucky. Rolls every element. I was gonna buy an extra life, totally forgot to. Oh well. It's not one over there, is it? No. Okay, Banshee and then raid bosses. Like fortifying sigils for green raid puzzle? Yeah, that's a fun way of doing it. I was hoping not for this one first. Alright. That's fine. We'll make it work. I got dotted. Do the other attack. Okay, Stab-O-Matic, go through. Yeah, I need to not stress about the tasers. I was doing tasers for trying to get more Exy Blades, but honestly, I need to just be less greedy. Decent chunk of damage, considering I only got one hammer throw-in. But this is about what I expect with Gloop. Alright, you come over here. Also, Cursewit is doing me no favors here. Hate that shit. Oh yeah, that's very workable. Yeah, that's fine. Stop going intangible, it's rude. Whoops. I may not have been watching my footing. Okay, hitboxes? Hello? You guys saw that. There we go. Ugh. Dirty, but expected. That's a good dot. Oh no, this is what I was afraid of. Going into this phase with no health. Okay. Mildly stressful, but... So those crossbows do that to me every run. Yeah, sometimes their hitboxes just turn off. It's so weird. They can still hit you, you can't hit them. Goodbye, Bark. It's because when you shoot Bark's weak spots, it's melee damage. This is a melee build. Nice pet name. Thanks, Felicia. How you doing?
Seriously? I was just getting started. Showtime. Money tonight. Blowing thunder. One shield.
I should honestly just keep focusing on her.
Do I know them? Did I go say hi? Just a super dead you are. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Super powered spell. Magic, death, go! Regular spell.
There we go. Stop hitting 20s. Hey, I hit a 401k. Am I an adult now?
Well, this is good. Hey, no kidding!
There we go. It's a favorite Borderlands game? It's between this and Borderlands 3. I like to consider this a separate thing, not only because the devs and publisher consider it a separate franchise, but also because there's some fundamental differences. But they're related enough. But it's between, in terms of my favorite Lands game, it's this or Borderlands 3. Depending on what we're talking about. You're running Echo? No, Warrior at the moment. I have an Echo one on me. That was Warrior. I should also run something that isn't Cursed Wit for that fight, because my shield did absolutely nothing there. So I could have run a Spirit Rune for that bonus element for the hammer. That would have been better. Damage or health issue? What do you mean issue, Low-key Legend? It's the tankiest enemy in the game. It's not issue. crossbow pistol is that? This is a Scalawag. Scalawags are nice because they have a 25% melee part, or they can, while still having melee crossbolts. This is the highest combination of these two things you can get. Other crossbow weapons have smaller blades, and bigger blades don't have crossbolts. Can also roll in any element, can be ×2, a good fire rate. Good stuff. I think Echo would help a bunch of these bosses. Also, nothing in the Maker fight depletes shields, you gotta run something different, break it yourself. Right. I would have to... I could taser myself, but that'd be slow, because tasers really do terrible damage. Like, if someone ever tries to tell you that tasers themselves are responsible for damage in a build, show them this. Show them this chaotic Queen's Cry taser struggling to break a level 15 Curse Whip. Issue's kind of a strong word, just wondering if that was a typical kill at this point. Have you looked at any Maker kills on any builds at any Chaos cap? Or are you judging by the top 1% of builds? Because I would like to point out that there's a mechanic that's like the intended way of killing the Maker using the bunnies, and any build that can still kill her within a couple minutes without doing that mechanic is still going faster than intended, using air quotes there again.
Choose, Fate Maker.
It set someone on fire day. Like you missed that, right?
Anyway, back to climbing.
One more for the soul's fire.
Yeah, during that Maker fight, my spell slot and my my ward slot were both not helping me. Running a fortifying sigil with the spirit rune, I think, would be the play, or a fortifying sigil and then something to break my own shield. Ooh, what if I ran a low-level Dynamo? Because Dynamo does self-damage. Now that we know enchants don't actually get nerfed by being on a low-level item. Low-level Dynamo. He's got me hooked on balloons. Gotta go later. Take it easy, Boom. That Dynamo would also allow me to have my Demon Blade on consistently. You know, someone remind me at the end of this run. I'm gonna try that out on the next run.
What a brave day for them. You probably rolling at it. Void shield. What's the weather, hero?
I suppose you could also do it with a Curse of Malice. But I think that's slower. Less awkward, but slower. I don't know, gotta think about it.
You're welcome.
This one room in the 91 Trials, all trolls and leads for me is pain. Well, Trials are fixed, so, yeah, everyone will have that room. Trolls are an interesting enemy to play around, because, that's probably what people were complaining about the most, about enemy damage too high. It's them standing in troll attacks.
Time to put someone in a cage. Now, a lot of color.
What other stuff would be good for wards for this? Assuming nothing's gonna break my shields, and pure single target. Other than Spirit Rune, nothing's coming to mind. I mean, I guess I could just do Body Rune instead of Spirit Rune. I don't think I'd take advantage of any of the reasons to run specifically Spirit Rune. Just run Body Rune anyway. Trials non-random? Yes. Exclamation point Chaos Trials shows you the exact order, including all of the bosses and obelisk bosses. Hey, Coordinate Empathy, how you doing? Spirit Rune can double roll Brimming or Turtle. Turtle wouldn't help in the Maker fight. Brimming would. Brimming would help a lot. Double Brimming. Yeah, and I'd want a Fortifying Sigil, not just because the heal would help, but also it'd be, better Exi-Blade chances. It would be giving me the global damage I'd be missing from not moving for Swift Death. But yeah. Maybe a Wardu. Nothing in the Maker fight's gonna melee me. But Wardu's good to have around for this kind of build, yeah. Universal Soldier work like Cuppers? Is it from your own ammo pool? It's from your own ammo pool. It doesn't give you ammo, it moves your ammo. Excited for Overwatch 2? Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of hype about it. I hope it's everything you want it to be.
Fingers of death. Enjoy your vacation.
Most excited for other people being interested in the game again. I hope it improves quality of matches. Hopefully.
Loading up.
So I beat the very first Chaos draw at C0, unlock up to C5, but elect to do my next draw at C3 for whatever reason, so it only unlocks up to C8. Is that how it would work? I've never tried that, so I have no idea. Thank you for testing. Gotta go cook creamy Cajun chicken, might post a recipe and Cloudy Snack. Ooh, you're cooking it again. That much of a hit, huh? Yeah, enjoy, Viper. Post pictures, too. If you care to. Lightning resist, by the way.
I never want to wait again.
There we go. Chaos 92 unlocked. Lifelong PC mouse and keyboard player. Yesterday I tried to play Assault on Dragon's Keep on my son's Xbox. I was hopeless. Even with auto assist, I couldn't hit shit. I got really bad with controllers after a few years of just using mouse and keyboard. I got the skills back somewhat, but it took me a while. Like, from about, maybe 2015 to 2019, 2015 to 2018, I had just not touched a controller at all. So I went to play some controller games, because I got a PS4 at the time for Spider-Man and for God of War, and I just didn't know how to use a controller anymore. It was the worst. I had to relearn. And then even there, after that, I didn't relearn how to play shooters on console for a bit. It was a whole thing. Anyway, let's do a little bit of Dreadwind, because I mentioned it. I want to make sure you guys can see some of it. I was going to do a Dynamo thing as well, so give me 1 second. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Okay, be back. Now, I don't remember... what chaos level I actually had this on. Let's see. Hopefully, any of the chambers unlocked by completing 3 and 4 and 5 are also unlocked. My experience levels only unlocked from completing your highest unlock. That would make the most sense. Thank you, Melodemonic. What am I on? 61. Okay, that's perfect. So 61 is the first Chaos level that is higher than old C50 HP. This is slightly higher than old C50. So if we look at my crit chance here, I have 70.6. I've got this. So 75.4% melee crit chance with what I have currently equipped. That's with that Banshee, but what I want to do is equip this. So this greatsword has 1% more crit chance, right? What that translates to is, yeah, we got this 80.1%. Now, if I went more all in on dexterity and had some more crit chance boosts elsewhere, I could get this up to 100 under certain circumstances. But I'm not doing that right now. We're just going high crit chance, very high crit chance Dreadwind, and showcasing some of the advantages of that. Now, I might have the appropriate supporting gear. Actually, I think this is the setup that gets to 100, because I'm using shell casing. So, shell casing rings increase their strength by 66% when you're low on ammo. So you shoot the live wire till you're low, activate this. I think this is the one that gets me to 100. Yeah, there we go. Exactly 100. Cool. I remember pulling dexterity now. So, 100% crit chance Dreadwind. If I keep my ammo low and cast my spell often enough, 100% crit chance. Achievable with this 12% greatsword. Not achievable with a Banshee unless I was to go get the rune switches, which I don't have on this character, for more dexterity. I'd have to invest more dexterity into my hero points and maybe even have a plus dex background. Even then, might not be enough without going Hammer Zerker and getting points in Awe. Or Bogbarian and getting points in Frostbite. But even then, going Bogbarian and getting points in Frostbite means you lose Stab class feed. Same with Awe. So yeah, I think this is the most optimal way of doing things. Do some boss runs. Didn't hit your bunnies? Yeah, strap for time. Well geared anyway. So we have Shrikes applying melee crossbolts and triggering Xe Blade. Get down here. Does it just not show your added stats from myth rank? I don't understand the question, Paradox. Seems like Stab Blades are most used class. Would you say that's true? Because I like melee? Yes. Because I really love Alchemical Agent? Yes. That's probably my most used. Dragon Lord. Dreadwind is pretty good. Are you glad Gearbox didn't put out Chemical on armor? Yes. Because the fact that you have to choose between alchemical and capping your other tree is important for gameplay balance and diversity. Being able to have both, too much. Cuts down build diversity. Because that would be the play for every single melee build. It would be, you get alchemical agent, and that's what you do. Rise Queen. Did I miss it resummoning? You guys are trying to summon, and it's toxic. Currently not using all on my Hammer Berserkers, so I can get 5/5 swing speed and burr cap. What do you think? If you're going Hammer Berserker for melee and not taking awe, I don't really see the point, to be honest. Swinging my Banshee. You can still get swing speed from either armor or skill tree, while still getting awe from the other place. Excuse me. I think having both is good. Like when I add 3 points of dex, doesn't show that I add 3 points of dex in my hero stats. You click here, dex, it's there. Or what do you mean? The myth rank dexterity? It's in there. I'm typing on my red lights. Don't chat while you're driving. Stop it. Stop it. No distracted driving. Don't die over text. Don't die or hurt someone else over a text. Both would be equally tragic. Hey, Milk Lizard. Recently lucked into a Primordial Shark Lesson Ring with melee damage and melee crit passes. Question about bonus damage. Can it crit? No. But it is still a nice chunk of extra damage that can also apply extra dots. Shark Lesson Ring's a good ring to have. It's a really good ring. If your primary melee... Note that it only applies to actual swings, the bonus element. But if your primary method of doing damage is swinging, Shark Lesson's fantastic. It's really good. Is it distracted driving if it happens at a red light, or is it distracted temporary parking? Ask the judge.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
How you doing, Aquaman? We don't have cameras in the UK. It just detects that the driver's on their phone. If it gets detected, I manually reviewed and found you're on your phone. Instant points on license and fine in the post. Oof. Good system, honestly.
Sacred circle. I'll not suffer the likes of you.
It's an offense to be holding your phone while in the driver's seat in some places. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works where I am. Yeah. Like, if your car is on at all, and you're in the driver's seat with your phone in your hand, it's distracted driving. Like, even if you're not moving, even if you're in park, if it's on and you have your phone, it counts.
Will they never learn?
Skill using to bring your health up that high. So Berserker's unarmored defense skill, this one right here, it takes half your ward and then triples it as shields. So you want to get a big ward, and then it makes your health bar really big when you're spec'd into that skill. I have a Mace Wardu, which is the second biggest capacity ward in the game, biggest being the static charge. But you put this on, and then with unarmored defense, your health gets real big. And you still have a big ward, because the ward is big. Mace Wardu is the play over static charge here, because an enemy that melees me, while I have my Wardu active, will hit itself with melee damage based on my formula. And that damage can also, you know, go through my crit chance and stuff. So an enemy could potentially hit me, put an alchemical agent dot on themselves, and fucking explode. It's real fun. Is it worth sacrificing bonuses from a Curse Wit? Curse Wit doesn't make you tanky. Curse Wit is actually one of the more fragile shields in the game. And something you need to keep in mind when you're using, say, Dreadwind, is you are very exposed to a bunch of enemies for a very long time, and you do no damage if you go down during the spin. If your spin ends, you're not doing damage at all. So often, Cursed Wit is not going to help you. And remember, it doesn't give you any damage if it's not broken, so you want to make sure it breaks. But to make sure it breaks, you need low capacity and nothing recovering it. I'm currently running a Harbinger, which means every time I start spinning, I get a really big ward regen. Part of why I'm able to spin for so long, so unopposed, is because I'm tanky. Curse Wit wouldn't help that. And I'm even running an Amnesia armor, which makes it so I hurt myself. Running this with a Cursed Wit, I'm just gonna die a lot with this kind of build. And I'm having no trouble killing enemies with this. The damage is more than enough. So I would say it's safe to say I don't need Curse Wit here. My game's trying to give up. That's how much damage I'm doing. Shields you'd recommend for a Lightning Shock spell build? Body Rune. Body Rune. Rogers, is that good? Name something that would do more. That you could actually get the effect of. I can tell by the sound. I knew as soon as I hit the portal that this was happening. The summoning circle worked. It's body rune in all my builds. I don't use it in all my builds anymore, but the specific kind that Irish mentioned is definitely just something body rune would be best at. Really? Queen. Y'all are toxic. I want to do one more. So we're not quite at 100 on the hammer throw build yet. That'll be next Wonderland stream. I'll do one more of Dreadwind here. I'm thinking tomorrow, high chance of Dragon Age, depending on how hard I fall down a theory crafting rabbit hole, Wonderlands wise. I'm thinking tomorrow we continue Dragon Age 2. Which has been very enjoyable. Dragon Age 2, combat on Nightmare. Chef's kiss. Doing badass sword and shield stuff. Which is not a sentence that normally works, but like... your gap closer on that is just aggressively slamming your shield into enemies. And there's a spin to win ability with a sword and shield. It's fun stuff. Wait.
I feel magical.
Okay. Okay. What happened? We killed Wastard before he did his second phase. Like, I dropped in to fight Wastard, and we did 2 ticks of Dreadwind, and he exploded. Like, he didn't go to second phase at all, he just died. We did so much damage that the dots ticked so fast that he didn't have time to go immune. The reason why consistent alchemical agent on Dreadwind is so powerful is because Dreadwind hits 4 times per enemy per second. If we look in the skill tree here, Dreadwind frequency every 0.25 seconds. So 4 times per second per enemy. Now Wastard's only 1 enemy there, but we hit him with about 2 revolutions. So that's 8 alchemical agent dots. Now, some of those are doing contagion, and that's also on top of the fact that we just have that Dreadwind damage going. We didn't even apply crossbolts there. He just exploded. All we did was soaked, sigil for the crit chance, get hit for amnesia, and spin.
Yeah, when I have Amnesia on, this is just too much damage. Like, it's actually just too much. This might be Chaos Bug, because there's no fucking way, right? This has to be... That has to be Health Bug, right? Because I've one-shot Wastard like that before with, like, pre-nerf Mosquito. But, like, I don't trust this. I'm gonna save quit this, because there's no way. There's no way. There's no way I got that used to the higher HP. Because this is about equivalent to old C50. There's no fucking way, right? Like, that had to have been Health Bug. Alright, hit me. Okay, that looks a little better. Because we can actually see the health bars move now, where we couldn't before. That makes more sense. Now I want to get Wastard again and try to replicate that. Yeah, this makes much more sense. Okay. Crisis averted. I was about to shit bricks. It's not much slower. Oh, okay. Back to fast, though. We just got Crit Connoisseur. It's gonna be fast again. Come on, Wastard. Parasite. Close enough. Close enough. I saw a 1 mil in there. You have all the DLC boss on this character. I feel like I never see Chums or Redmore. I have Theodore up to form 2. I have all of Imelda. I have Redmore in 1. I don't have Chums. See, I would want to run Blood of the Fallen here, and then just like perma spin through every room. But then I'd lose Exiblade, and then Imelda would become pain. Oh yeah, back to the Wastard thing. If I use the Forbidden spell, I'm certain I could bully Wastard like that. Like, do I have a copy on me? I don't. I'm certain I could bully Wastard like that. Yeah, that was one Executioner's Blade from my Shrike that started chunking Nightmare before I could do anything. Strikes properly the angles? Yes. Yes, they do. Love Mace Order for Dreadwind. Me too. Very good defensively. And provides a bit of damage. Show the build? Well, now I don't wanna. How about that? I'll show the build.
My spell is ready. This isn't going well. What bombs?
Hey son, how you doing? About hammer and anvil? Hammer and anvil would work. Keep in mind you only get a new hammer when you take damage with a full ward. And it has to, like, refill again. But since I'm using Harbinger, I would be getting that done. It would work. I want to bully Wastard again, so we're going again. This is max crit Dreadwind, son. Hammer and Anvil, Spell Blight, melee build. Spell isn't really doing anything for that. Nor is Blight really doing anything for melee. Spellblade. Irish. Irish. Still works for hits. What does that have to do with Hammer and Anvil? Doesn't work anymore. Melee attack means melee attack. Hey, trust in magic. If you saw my comment Discord, yeah, it's probably not worth dropping an FTS and using 100% crit tech on Barbara, like less Axie Blade procs and less dot crits. Yeah, because FTS is making the dots crit themselves, the 100% crit tech is for specific action skill use. Like, if you're already doing Dreadwind, high crit's worth it. If you're already doing Storm Dragon's Judgment or Cleansing Flames, high crit is worth it. Ghostblade, it's probably worth it on Ghostblade, although I want to do a more focused test there. Are you winning? I think I'm winning. Cleansing Flame is viable, C100. You can make it mob. Yeah. It won't be fun. And it's just worse than Storm Dragon's Judgment in basically every possible way. But yeah, you can make it kill mobs. Still sucks against bosses. But yeah, you can make it kill mobs. Melee strikes? Yes. I was judging against bosses at C90. It's what I was using most of the stream. I can do another run with it after this and show you. It's very good. One-shots most bosses. I just realized I didn't have my shell casing on that whole time. I was missing out on damage. Assume Dreadwind makes a slicey sound even if you have a hammer equipped. It does. It does. What weapon's your favorite? The Claw Stalker build. I like Goblin Pickaxe because it has up to a 21% crit chance while still having a good crit damage value. You can have 21% crit chance with 130% crit damage. It's element flexible. And you also get the benefits of the pickaxe itself, which is when you pick up gold, you get move speed, spell cooldown, action skill cooldown. The higher you have, the higher base crit on your melee weapon, the easier it is for you to get to 100% melee crit chance. You gotta go pay taxes. Understandable. My Celissa. Enjoying Banshee. Banshee's fun for swinging around. This particular build, we're running a Greatsword rather than a Banshee, because a Banshee doesn't seem to be able to get 12% crit chance. Banshee's highest roll is this one right here of 11. Now, you get more damage out of the Banshee, and then you get the Banshee's actual effect as well, which is very nice for your downtime, but for getting Dreadwind to crit more, I've been going with this Greatsword. Diamond Guard is something I wish I could like. It just has too many strikes against it. It's, the low base damage, the low crit chance. But it's something I do still keep in my back pocket for the Hammer Throw build, because I want to try out making Storm Dragon's Judgment other elements and try that out against some bosses. What's the name of your shield again? The one I was using on Dreadwind is Maced Wardew. Maced Wardew.
Think you can make it?
Do a boss run on this. On Chaos 92. Does the base damage of the weapon work the Exiblade? Yes. Higher base is desirable for Dreadwind and Exiblade, because they look at the base. Storm Dragon Judgment does not. Neither does Cleansing Flames.
That's too good for you. Point shield.
I'll just make a Dark Magic 2 with Plate Mail. That's something I want to test out. To see if the extra instances there give me a lot of alchemical dots that make it worthwhile. Because I have a lot of status damage.
What I was made for.
Back from paying taxes, welcome back.
To work.
Out him dot and nullify. We'll go with nullify. Never mind. I just don't feel like it.
Come on, have some fun.
Loading up. I really found my calling, didn't I?
Got it on the recall. Damn, son. That's kind of rude. Mission ban? No ban. You can time out, though. Oh, the dot stayed on and kept going. That's nice. C92 Vorkanar. I want to go Wastard again. It's fun bullying Wastard. Oh, Rip said.
Maybe back later, okay? Storm spirit. No thanks.
Made me feel better. I'm glad. Not allowed to time someone out for 1 billion seconds. What's important is that you tried.
Give me something to cast at this instant.
Added being official. Nice.
No touching. Throwing thunder. Get cracked.
Oh, that's not the right gun. Took out the wrong gun for a minute there. Whoopsie. Good questions. Better on Bogbarian, gun builder, melee? Hard to kind of define, but probably guns. Blightcaller itself doesn't do much for melee. There's exceptions, but it doesn't really do much for melee.
Patience. So overrated. Electricity in the air. Zone of protection.
Also, Plague Storm reliable. Plague Storm's extremely good if you can get an enemy to hang out under there. It's great for bossing, provided the boss stays under there. It's not so great at mobbing over a wide area. So, like, it's really good at obelisks, because all the enemies are right under there, right? But if you're in a regular map, it covers one zone and nothing else, and you can't move it. It's got a long downtime. So it's really good for bossing and contained stuff. If you do a boss run format, for example, Plague Storm's amazing. But in other situations, eh. Right, Kevin? Yeah, Kevin agrees. A lot for melee on Blight if you go Blight Stab. That is not Blight doing the most for melee, Irish. I like Blight on Ghostblade for Bogged Down. That is not an inherent thing for melee. That is a nice thing to have for Ghostblade. In terms of things that Blightcaller does directly for melee, it's Frostbite, and that's literally it. Anything else it's doing is applicable to other things, which is not necessarily melee. For example, Alchemical Agent is a powerful thing that is specifically melee.
Cheating was so awful.
Because all classes can do all roles in this game, it's important to point out when something is particularly suited towards a thing, and when it's just kind of being a generalist. And in terms of being a generalist, Blightcaller is worse in most areas than Berserker is.
That, right?
Really try out that Sabmatic meme I've been talking about a bit. I want to get my Barber saved to C100. Is it just Deuce's amped up with somehow keeping lightning or something? I assume it's Deuce's amped up. Lightning on Celissa, by the way. That's a good threads. So yeah, C92 Celissa, we can kill her before she goes into her bubble with our lightning action skill. Not a bad place to be. Light Guy Stampede. What spell? Diamond Guard. What spell? Thought about spell yet? Probably gonna want something for Thrall stacks. And Stampede stacks. Frostburn, maybe? Because Frostburn's more spammable than Lovestruck Bow. And Stampede would be good because you can use that for crit chance. Crit chance and melee. What's on 1000 Cut Skull and Stabbo? It's better than Swift Death, but it's ultimately not a very good skill. It is the skill to take if you were going down to Executioner's Blade, but generally speaking, it's wise to view Stabomancer's skill tree as alchemical as the capstone, and there's nothing else in the tier with it, because Stabbo tree is one of the weaker ones. It gets frequently overrated because of the power of the things that are strong in it, but if we look at things that are actually just kind of bad in Stabbo tree, Arsenal sucks. Follow-up is so specific in use cases to be kind of unnecessary. Nimble Fingers, Shadow Step is okay. Swift Death is bad, but we're taking it because we need to cover that category. Sneak Attack is bad, but we're taking it because this is a weird build. 1000 Cuts is on the underwhelming side because 5% all damage per skill point is pretty low. It's pretty low.
Stampede melee's on swing. Ah, bullet damage. You're going for bullet damage. Okay, yeah. Bullet damage and crit chance. If the crit chance gets you to 100, assuming you're going like triple rolled rings for melee crit chance, you could probably get pretty close to that 100 mark. But the thing is, Diamond Guard's max crit chance is 7. So I don't know if guaranteed crit is gonna be feasible. Oh, I wanted a Fortifying Sigil. Perfect. Repeating Trickster's Ice Spike. I'll hold out for a better one. But yeah, skill trees wise, people ascribe a lot of power to, say, the Spore and Stabo trees that just isn't there, and then they deny a lot of power in the Clawbringer tree and the Berserker tree. It's very weird. Graveborn is another tree that's somewhat overrated. There's some really good stuff in there, but it's not the stuff people talk about. And it's important to note, in builds in general, skill trees are the weakest part of your build, aside from hero points. They're just the weakest part. So having skill trees with individual functions that can't be made up for with gear matters a lot. And that's things like Double Knot, Blast Gasp, Geist in the Shell. You know, which you can get from gear, but you need to be that class, and you just may as well get it in the tree. Hey, Horseman. Level 100, not let me lower the level. You've heard of that? I've not heard of that. I've not heard of that. I swap out Diamond Guard, thinking behind giving Stab-O-Matic an element, lets the supply dots, uses its delivery system for Spirit Swarm. How big would those dots even be, though, son? Because lots of small hits. I'm honestly thinking that, Stab-O-Matic is still Pickaxe Town. But you could even go, like, Snake Stick and get more Stampede and Thralls out of that, I guess. Because that would have higher crit chance than the Diamond Guard, and higher crit damage as well. The crit stats on Greed Warden, it's like 110 crit damage tops, I think. Do I have one available? I don't think I do. And the crit chance is kind of mid. Made dinner 2 lunches of Cajun chicken pasta and 2 baked chicken plus bacon sandwiches for later this week. Meal prep is awesome. I should do more of that. Change level through other means to 98 than I can. That's very weird. I've not experienced that yet. I'll keep an eye out for it, Horseman. Hope you've been having a good time other than that, though. Love a search bar and bank? Yes, Irish. Good idea. Cause like doing the 1x1 page thing, it's still slow. And you're still stuck if you quit out. 5%, 100% damage. Yeah, that, even with a plus or minus, that's not going to be good. I don't know why Greed Warden and Petty Tantrum just have horrible stats. Like, Petty Tantrum has 86% crit damage.
86. Not 186, 86. They gave Salt and Battery 200 and Petty Tantrum 86. It's a little wild. Anyway, I'm tired and I'm hungry. So, I'm sorry to with that, you Viper. But I'm gonna call it. I went a little over. We did a little over 5 hours. Next Wonderland stream, I will get the hammer build to 100. We'll work on Dreadwind, work on Ghostblade, probably. I want to get all of those in good places because I love the melee action skills in this game. Yeah, that'll be next Wonderland stream. Tomorrow, I'm planning on doing Dragon Age. If I fall down a Wonderlands theory crafting hole, then it'll be another day of Wonderlands. Thursday will definitely be Wonderlands. So, yeah. Well, let me find somewhere for us to go. Epic's playing BL2, Pascaroni is on Wonderlands, Peric's doing Alien Isolation. Stone Swan is on. Let's say hi to Stone Swan. Those of you who have not caught a Stone Swan stream, you are in for a treat. It's just a very chill, fun environment. Lots of the cool testing that we've based a lot of theory crafting on has come from there. Also, it's appropriately shitposty, and he's around here all the time. You'll love it.